Table 10.2 teaches us that in 1510 the peak of labor employment coincided with a certain type of activity. Only from week 1 through week 6 were carpenters, sailors, boatswains, and pile drivers put together as a group on the payroll, of which the latter quit a week sooner. These categories of laborers are not mentioned separately in the sample rolls in the other years. Together, the 3 to 4 sailors had 2 large boats and a small one, which carried the pile driver. Apparently the large group of pile drivers supplied the manpower necessary to lift the pile hammers. Together with the carpenters, this group of laborers probably took care of the dike foundation. It is also possible that at the same time the discharge sluices were rebuilt that had been built there for the first time in 1492. In general, the method used to close holes was to lay a foundation for the dike with sharply pointed piles, boards, twigs, and soil. A framework was built from parallel rows of piles driven into the ground with a board timbering. The space in between was filled with a lattice of stakes and braided osiers and the like, with a filling of soil, reed, twigs, and slash or debris and stones in between. It is striking that there is no mention of twig workers in the sample rolls. In their investigations into the daily wages in Holland, Noordegraaff and Schoenmakers state that where unskilled labor is concerned the different types of activities cannot be clearly separated. Pile drivers dug and porters dredged if necessary. Just how specialized were the types of dike labor in 1510? To investigate this, a sample survey was done for the villages of Assendelft, Krameenje together with Krameenedijk, and Medemblik, a total of 247 people. This concerns the diggers, forkmen, barrow carriers, and boatsmen from the only 3 villages of the highest category that are registered in the sample rolls for the full 13 weeks without any combinations and the like. Of them only 8% appeared to have changed activities once or twice. It goes without saying that the figures were corrected for the weeks where the classification in sections in the source modifies slightly. This suggests that it was not at any rate a matter of picking up a spade one week and a barrow the next. It is striking that for some individuals digger was used for professional reference and as a middle name as well. What were their motives to change activities? It could not have been the wage increase, for no one would earn more by changing to a different kind of activity. It seems important that people were able to make longer hours by changing activities. In the above sample survey, 29% of the laborers that changed activities worked the maximum period of 40 to 60 days in comparison to only 14% of the total. In 13 out of 19 cases there was a change to digging, and most of the changes took place in the 7th week, which was the precise time in which the total number of laborers decreased drastically. In general, the laborers stuck to one type of activity. X wages. In 1510 the wages for the largest group were the same for everyone during the whole period. There was no increase in the period in which they were working at their highest capacity and no decrease at the end of the project when less laborers were needed. An exception to this is a small group of laborers from Medemblik that can be considered specialists, as will become apparent below. They were part of the high wage category of 5 or more silver stuvers a day, and from week 10 on they would earn 4 stuvers. Their specialization probably no longer had any surplus value by that time. For the group of diggers and forkmen, the sample rolls of 1510 mention a collective wage of 4 stuvers the head. And yet individually there appear to have been large differences in payment, varying from 2 to 8 stuvers. The general overview, however, is fairly accurate. In week 6, for instance, the average group of about 86% earned 4 stuvers, and a small group of 9% 3 stuvers a day. It is striking that those who earned more than 4 stuvers came without exception from more distant places, Geervliet, Brabant, Enkhuizen, and Medemblik. Of the other categories of laborers, no collective wages are registered in the source. The wages of the barrow carriers were considerably lower than those of the diggers and the forkmen, an average of 2 to 2.5 stuvers a day, and this was both in those weeks in which only the young and in the ones in which the young and the old are registered in one section. The other groups seem slightly more homogeneous. Boatswains and pile drivers earned 4 stuvers a day. The 2 members of the Rooiskawit crew were paid 9 stuvers a day together. From a few single records it becomes clear that a boat usually cost 2 stuvers trademark, which brings the sailor's wage to 3.5, unless the owner of the boat reserved a larger part for himself, but there is no trace of this in the sources. Among these sailors were quite a few father and son combinations. In that case the son received half the wage. I already mentioned before that a change of activities in no case resulted in a higher wage. The different data point out that the unskilled labor wages therefore differed mostly according to individual factors such as age, experience, and manpower. An exception to this is barrow carrying, which was probably considered a lighter kind of labor and possibly carried out by the weaker laborers, by the youngest in particular. Being craftsmen, the carpenters were not included in this definition. The master carpenter earned 12 stuvers, the other carpenters 6, and there is no record as to whether or not they were apprentices. Conclusion: average wages of 3.5 to 4 stuvers for all kinds of unskilled labor, except for the barrow carrying, which made 2 to 2.5 stuvers. The fairly sizable wage differences were mostly individual. Specialists' wages were considerably higher, amounting to 5 to 8 stuvers, carpenters 6 to 12. 11. Comparison with wages elsewhere. How do these wages compare to the wages that were paid elsewhere for similar activities? It should be noted that compensation for food was not included in the wages. It appears from a regulation that the laborers bought their bread and beers on the site, probably at stands taken care of by inns from Amsterdam. Compensation for food is a wage factor that can mount up considerably. It amounted to 25% for the IJsseldige dike works in 1439. The data brought up in the study of Noordegraaff and Schoenmakers are very scanty for this period and do not allow for construction of an average wage. Moreover, the fact that considerable discrepancies are found in their sources for unskilled labor makes comparison difficult, and even more so because there is no record of whether or not food was included in the wages. The variation and the level correspond roughly indeed. The summer wages for unskilled laborers varied between 2.5 and 5 stuvers, in which we are unable to discern between town and countryside. The same applies to the average nominal unskilled wages De Vries constructs based on these 3 stuver data. The thesis by Van Zanden that dike labor was relatively well paid cannot be demonstrated for 1510. The wages for expert carpenters in the towns was between 5 and 6 stuvers. The wage level on the dike seems to be on the high side then, but a concrete statement is impossible to make because the status of the carpenters is unknown. 12. Recruiting method, role of specialists. Messengers were sent out to have proclaimed in the village churches, the sole public buildings, that laborers and boats were needed. It seems that this was not approached on a large scale. For 1510 there are only 3 traveling expense accounts. One concerned the villages with dike duty. A second account concerned 2 specific villages, one village north and the other south of the IJ. The third expense account concerned a trip to Zeeland to visit dike workers, during which from Brielle another messenger was sent to 4 villages. Very little research has been done, however, concerning message systems in the Burgundian lands. It is possible that a news system was fed by a number of messengers in which, among others, traveling priests played a part. Unlike many yearly returning maintenance works such as dredging ditches and leveling up dikes, the closing of dike breaks was not a routine activity. It required specialized technical knowledge which half the time the administrators involved did not have. Therefore, they had to rely on specialists. It seems obvious that the skills of experienced local authorities and experts in their own circle of acquaintances should be tapped first. This is my interpretation of the performance of Mr. Floris van Tol, priest, and Joost Jans, court carpenter, who received compensation in 1514 for their efforts to find a new way of repairing the Spaarndammer dike. At the same time specialists from much farther away were appealed to. At the beginning of the closing project of 1510 a messenger was sent to Zeeland to recruit dike workers. This was not very successful considering the fact that only one dike laborer from that area appears on the payroll. It might very well be, though, that this appeal reached that one carpenter from Rotterdam. The administrators aimed their hopes north and quickly sent letters to Burgomaster Richard Matthies. In Medemblik was the Rhine wine that they sent along the decisive factor. Degree from the third week onwards Richard stayed at the dike for 4 weeks together, with 4 other men to give advice. How were such contacts with specialists established? Was it the mouth-to-mouth advertising of the very mobile dike laborers? Pile driver Hendrik, who was the only Medembliker that had been present since week 2, could have functioned in this role as informant. On the other hand, there had been regular contacts on a regional level. The Decree of Philip of Burgundy of 1466, in which a committee was established to strengthen the Frisian Armitage, is well known. Next to the Rhineland regional water authorities and several other regional water authorities, a Medemblik representative was a member of this committee as well. Possibly Richard had been a well-known personality in administrative circles for years and can be considered an engineer ahead of his time. As appears from the inquest for which he acted as an informant, he was burgomaster of Medemblik as early as 1494. In this very position, that involved being in charge of public works such as the town ramparts, Richard will have become experienced in maintaining the dikes that were to protect Medemblik against the ever-advancing Zuiderzee. Medemblik, which had become very much exposed to the prevailing northwestern wind since the most recently deposited dike of 1335, had been heavily ravaged in the preceding years. In 1514 it was recorded that new inland dikes had to have been built, for which about 100 hectares of land had to be sacrificed. In addition, the entire harbour was destroyed. Against this background, it is no wonder Richard appears to have been part of a complete family of dike specialists. In 1510 Peter Matthies, possibly his brother, appears in the sample rolls as one of the 2 best paid workers. He also received separate compensation for the 21 nights he guarded the dike. His efforts were not in vain, for he made a career for himself. In 1514 he drew up an instruction with his son Jan to close a break in the Sparndammer dike. Incidentally, this time a respectable inhabitant of Medemblik acted as intermediary. Floris Peters Zoon, possibly his son, was at the market in Leiden selling his animals when the regional water authorities asked him to travel to Medemblik to speak to the burgomasters and request the interested parties from Medemblik and vicinity to travel to Leiden with him. Thereupon Peter Matthies filled an important position from November through April in the closings of various breaks. Eventually he had built up enough of a reputation to be summoned personally. He was even sent for in Haarlem together with a couple of laborers by bailiff Philips Vrankens. In person, Richard's involvement probably led to the huge rush of dike laborers from Medemblik that appeared at the dike the very week he did in 1510. Of the 44 Medemblikers who worked on the dike for some weeks in 1510, 21 earned 5 to 6 stovers a day most of the time, which was 1.5 times average. The 8 diggers that worked overtime at night in the peak period belonged to this select company as well. The exclusive position this group had acquired seems to have expanded to all Medemblik laborers. At later closings they were mentioned separately and up front on the payroll, and they had a different working schedule than the other laborers. It is peculiar that of the 1,510 group not a great many returned at later closings. From the 44 from 1510, 13 returned in 1514 and 8 in 1515. The wages of these Medemblikers did not exceed the prescribed wages in later years either, although 8 of the 21 laborers from 1514 and 1515 belonged to the ones that indeed received the high wages in 1510. Digging for a dike. 13 Origins of the laborers. Investigation into the geographic origins of the laborers provides many leads. Table 10.2 shows the origin of the largest group, the diggers *3. When the rush of laborers is followed from week to week, it is immediately clear that there are no big leaps per village. Either there was a fixed core or a regular change. Either the number of laborers gradually increased to a certain maximum, or it started with a maximum and decreased gradually afterwards. For the rest, some villages joined in considerably later than others. Whereas the number of diggers from Assendelft reached a maximum as early as week 6, most of the West Son diggers appeared as late as week 12. The way in which the laborers were recruited probably had something to do with this. To get an impression of the geographic spread of the origins of the laborers, the data of 1 week have been charted. Period 6 was chosen because it contained the least unknown origins and it fell only just within the highest labor employment period. The most striking feature is that most of the laborers came from a part of Holland north of the IJ. This is interesting for it concerned a dike belonging to the Rijnland Regional Water Authorities, situated on the south bank of the IJ. Furthermore, people appeared to travel great distances to come to work. Most locations were within the boundaries of the present-day provinces of North and South Holland, but the farthest villages of origin were considerably outside these boundaries: Terschelling, Groningen, Kampen, De Waal, Cologne, Aken, the bailiwick of Den Bosch, the River Ley and Geervliet. These cases only concerned individuals. In view of the long traveling times, it goes without saying that a large number of the travelers had already been roaming in Holland and that they did not leave their hometowns especially for this project. The travelers were generally diggers. A couple from Kampen that came by rowing boat was the only exception. The division into villages shows large differences and a large concentration can be observed. In 1510, 52% of the laborers of whom we know the origin came from 7% of the villages. It can be concluded from the charts that main concentrations were around the IJ and in Upper North Holland. The Zonschtreek villages, just north of the IJ, of Assendelft, Kramenje together with Kramenidijk, Oostzaan, Westzaan, and Zondam made up a category of their own with over 5% of the total laborers each. Compared to Table 10.2, which indicates the development of the number of laborers employed, the interests of Medemblik are given somewhat too little attention, considering the maximum laborers employed was only after week 6. What attracts further attention is that apart from Medemblik, the contribution of the towns of the larger centers as well as of the small towns along the Zuiderzee coast can be neglected. The contribution of the coastal areas compared to the inland villages can be neglected as well. The general impression of the origins of the laborers according to labor types is that the recruiting area for the navigators is smaller than the one for the diggers, forkmen, and barrow carriers. The farthest boundary for the boats lay at Medemblik in the north, at Kampen in the east and at Katwijk in the south. Comparison to the Kruiswal in 1515 leads to some other interesting observations. The Kruiswal of 1515 was right next to the Grootwal of 1509, which keeps the geographic variable just about constant. As was explained above, the 1515 closing was administered in 2 unequal periods of 9 and 13 days, which means that a mutual comparison as well as a comparison with the 6th-day 6th week of 1510 can actually only be done in terms of order of magnitude. The borders of the recruiting area seem somewhat less far, they included no peaks far outside of Holland. The largest suppliers of laborers were the same in both periods of 1515, except for Osdorp, which in the second period fell back to the second category of 2% to 4%. There was slightly more change in the second category of villages, but most of the villages remained present here as well. Further comparison to 1510 teaches us that the average contribution of laborers per village was twice as high, a higher peak load even when a large 20% group of unknown people is considered here. The average was considerably higher in 1510. A very small group of villages supplied the larger part of the laborers in 1515 as well. In the first period 60% of the laborers came from 13% of the villages. The differences can partly be resolved into the lower number of small villages in the third category, which were the new villages to supply a great deal of dike workers in 1515. Medemblik, Sparnwoud, and Het Geest had already been in the second category in 1510. The sevenfold increase which made Medemblik leave most Zonschtreek villages behind, is particularly striking there. Osdorp seems an absolute newcomer among the leading villages, which is yet another warning that we must be very careful interpreting these inadequate figures. Osdorp and Sparnwoud can be characterized as villages with dike duty. It is true that 2 cities joined in 1515, Alkmaar and Haarlem, but it should not be ruled out that they were referred to as areas around the towns. Alkmaar for that matter is explicitly referred to as Alkmaar and surrounding countryside, and Haarlem is consistently mentioned together with Haarlemmerlied, a conglomeration of villages on the east under the broken dike. Those villages of which there is no mention are Oostzaan and Zaandam, although Zaandam appears at the bottom of the second category in the second period. Between 1510 and 1515 less continuity can be detected in the second category. It can be observed that the villages that belong to this category in 1510 and not in 1515 are all situated in the east of modern North Holland except for Sloterdijk. In 1515 the recruiting area had been expanded to western sections of West Friesland. The other villages of this category are all Reuland villages. Were the eastern villages replaced by northwestern and Reuland villages? Looking back on the first category, we can point out that while the Zandstreek is maintained as most important recruiting area, the emphasis seems to have shifted from east to west. Oostzaan and Zaandam are replaced by Utgeest. The geographic spread can be summarized as follows. In 1510 and 1515 the large majority of the laborers came from the parts of Holland north of the IJ. There are three areas of concentration: the Zandstreek villages north of the IJ, eastern West Friesland with Medemblik as its center, and the dike villages south of the IJ. The 1510 and 1515 projects differ in a number of ways. In 1515 the average is considerably higher, whereas the number of villages is smaller, and particularly fewer small villages participated. Viewed geographically, there is a minor shift from east to west and from north to south. The contribution of the eastern villages in the Zandstreek and at the Zuiderzee is replaced by western Zandstreek villages, the countryside of Alkmaar and some Reuland villages. It is important to realize that the tables are snapshots of approximately a week. For how long were laborers away from home? Tables 10.3a and 10.3c prove that they usually worked at the dike a couple of weeks in a row. The laborers that came from farther away generally worked longer than the ones that lived nearby. Most laborers were at the dike during a continuous period of time. 14. Interpretation of the geographical distribution pattern, comparison to labor surplus based on the informatie. I shall try to explain some of the geographical patterns observed above. Fortunately, in order to inspect the proto-capitalist labor market, the relative size of the labor surplus per village can be reconstructed from the payrolls in 1510 by comparing it to the informatie of 1514. As mentioned above, this was a government investigation into wealth. One of the survey questions concerned the number of hearths and communicants. The answers were given by local authorities such as town administrators and priests and are considered reasonably reliable. With the help of the informatie, a general indication of the relative size of the most important villages to supply laborers can be calculated. The distribution pattern of the dike laborers over the villages is to be explained in different ways. The distribution pattern demonstrates that some villages supplied considerably more laborers than others. First of all, the fact that most laborers came from villages around the IJ is not very peculiar. Traveling over water was easier than traveling by land in those days. In the perception of those concerned, there was little cause to distinguish between villages north or south of the IJ. This is at least how I interpret the combining of the sample rolls for villages north and south of the IJ, such as Purmerend and Sparnwoud or Sloterdijk, Osdorp, Nolendam, and Zaandam. From the breakthrough at Halfweg, these villages were located more westward, and it was obviously of no importance that there was a sizable stretch of open water in between the villages. Complete discretion can be ruled out here, for the order of the villages in the sample rolls shows a classification in geographical districts *. The observation that the Zandstreek villages supplied the majority of laborers should also be explained in demographic terms. Some villages were bigger. The recruiting area just about corresponds with the following administration districts of the informatie: West Friesland, Kennemerland, Waterland, Reuland, and Amstelland. Of the 162 villages that appear in the informatie of 152, the number of hearths is given. Only 22 villages count over 150 hearths, of which the maximum amounts to 350. Exactly, most Zonstriac villages belong to this category of largest villages: Assendelft 180, Oostzaan 280, Itkies 259. Krameenje and Westzaan count for 310 together, so at least one of them belongs here as well. There is no mention of Zondam in the informatie. In order to make patterns more simple, I reworked a selection of the villages, see figure 10.4 and table 10.6. In table 10.6, the contribution of the villages that supplied 2% or more of the dike laborers in 1510 was measured against the size of the local male labor force. For the size of the male labor force, half the number of communicants given by the informatie was used. It can be read from this that the number of laborers the villages could make available for dike closing could amount to 1/3 of the labor force. The situation in small villages such as Sparnwoud is difficult to measure. It seems that according to the figures of the second period of 1515, the dike laborers would even have made up 124% of the Sparnwoud labor force. Could it be that not enough inhabitants were registered for Sparnwoud? According to van der Woud, this would in general only occur when the local parish priest would fail to appear, which was not the case here. It is also possible that registration in the payrolls was not always accurate, which causes the discrepancy to increase quickly for small villages. The above reference Alkmaar and surroundings was already an indication. However, this does not necessarily exclude the fact that exactly the small villages had a large part of their population at the dike. As an explanatory factor, the size is irrelevant for the other villages from the highest category. Osdorp and Sparnwoud are small. This gives cause to divide the region of IJ again into two, large peat villages of the Zon region and dike villages on the Sparndammer dike. Legally speaking, Medemblik was a town, but when it comes to size it corresponded to the largest villages. The other wider towns were 2 to 3 times as large. More likely, the rush of laborers and technical specialists from Medemblik and surroundings should be explained by strong local specialization and by the recruiting powers of the family of diking specialists of Rijkaard Mathijs. Digging for a dike. 15. Conclusion. To what extent does the evidence fit in with the model proposed by Van Zanden for the late medieval labor market with respect to the dike laborers? How do the wages compare to known wages, in particular those collected by De Vries? Considerable numbers of laborers obviously had no problems being away from home for many weeks in the summer season. In view of the size of the recruiting area and the project length, most dike laborers of 1510 and 1515 can be characterized with a term introduced by Lucassen as regional migrant laborers *. Registered. Furthermore, labor mobility was extensive in Holland. People traveled to the Sparndammer dike from all of northern Holland, even from Friesland, Zeeland, and Cologne. Walking for a week was not exceptional. According to Van Zanden's model, labor employment was seasonal and it shows regional specialization. The fact that in the spring large numbers of laborers could be recruited is in accordance with his model. However, it is less consistent with the model that large numbers of laborers were still available in the autumn. Especially in Holland north of the IJ, they should have been herring fishing at that time. Were the dike wages competitive with the fishing wages? There are no data available to answer this question. The fact that the laborers north of the IJ contributed much more to all projects than those from the region south of the IJ can theoretically be explained by the fact that the north was much more specialized in dike works than the south, where the people would specialize in peat cutting. It is more likely, however, that the flooded area south of the IJ was largely depopulated and could therefore supply fewer laborers. A similar situation presented itself after the dike bursts in Zeeland in 1530 and 1532, when laborers had to come from Zeeland, and after the Christmas flooding in 1717, when laborers for German dikes had to be recruited in northern Holland. The regional specialization is confirmed by the evidence about the origin of the laborers. The model suggested that here at the small farms in the peat pasture area the largest labor surplus should exist. Indeed, the dike laborers did not originate from the towns and the coastal villages, but from the inland villages on the peat moors, both north and south of the IJ. As an illustration of the proto-capitalistic model, I was able for the first time to reconstruct the relative size of the labor surplus per village by comparing the numbers of dike laborers with the male labor force as based on the informasi of 1514. Up to a third of the local labor force worked on the dike. 3 regions were discerned. The peat pasture villages in the Zon region supplied high percentages of their labor force. According to the model, they had suffered the loss of their agricultural activities due to a man-induced worsening of environmental conditions since the 14th century. Furthermore, I showed that these villages were big and they were close to the repair works. In order to illustrate the long-term developments that conditioned such a regional specialization, I add here that the people living on the peat moors were originally the most familiar with groundworks. As excavations show, they started digging canals and raising their house plots by meters in case of flooding from the first moment they moved into these areas around the year 1000. Villages situated on the dike supplied a large percentage of their labor force as well. As their land was flooded, there was little else to do. Finally, the town of Medemblik and surrounding villages in the very north of western Friesland scored rather high also. Laborers here probably followed a local diking specialist. As to the seasonal labor cycle, some differences were detected between 1510 and 1515. The higher peak load in March 1515 coincided exactly with the regular dike work season. In the late summer of 1510, on the other hand, part of the potentially large North Holland labor surplus was already at sea. The higher peak load that proved possible in 1515, was perhaps also co-determined by the shorter duration of the project. This in turn can help account for the smaller number of villages, assuming that the number was related to the speed with which the news about the closing spread. When the seasonal cycle is applied to account for the geographic shifts of 1515 compared to those of 1510, the results are more ambiguous at first sight. According to the labor cycle, where the north-south shift is concerned, a relatively smaller participation could have been predicted for spring, that is in 1515, this being the time when the Rhinelanders would be extracting and deprocessing peat. The opposite proved to be the case, however. Furthermore, a shift from east to west could have been related to the sailing season, assuming the villages closer to the Zuiderzee had more ties with the activities there. According to the informasi, villages such as Wormer, Ransdorp, and Purmerend had their own ships, whereas the Zonnstreek villages did not. Here the evidence indicates the opposite as well. The emphasis on the villages situated further inland in North Holland occurs precisely in March of 1515, meaning before the sailing season. As to the area south of the IJ, the pattern appears distorted. The region was possibly depopulated as a result of the floods and the people fled to nearby towns. This observation leads to a new question, a question that has gained no attention in Dutch historiography so far: how did big floods contribute to regional migration to the towns, in addition to the structural push factors of the worsening environment on the countryside? Concerning wages, dike wages do not deviate from unskilled wages elsewhere, as the series collected by De Vries and Noordegraaff show. However, it was argued that qualitative aspects of labor and secondary rewards cannot be left out when analyzing wage levels. As a result, the levels of the real unskilled wages of the end of the 15th and beginning of the 16th century remain obscure, and little can be said about international competition, in particular with Flanders. Therefore, the lower industrial wage levels in the second part of the 15th century in Holland as compared to Flanders, as referred to by Blockmans, remain interesting as a competitive factor. The conclusion may be that the proto-capitalist model for the Holland labor market proposed by Van Zanden is confirmed by the payrolls of dike labor at the Spaarndammer dike around 1510 for Holland north of the IJ on 3 important aspects: the existence of regional migrant labor, the existence of a considerable labor surplus, and regional specialization in earthen work. In the context of the more general debate on the transition, the relationship between the labor market and the shift of the European north-south trade of Antwerp to Amsterdam in the 16th century, It is remarkable that the changes in the labor market seem to have taken place well before the shift. As a recent study of the grain trade shows, this shift became definitive from about 1530 onwards. What is more, the same study explains the crucial importance of lower transaction costs that induced the grain flow to Amsterdam. Partially, these lower costs were due to the abundance of local labor, particularly for shipping. The evidence on dike labor stresses the importance of internal changes in the labor market and the availability of a surplus of unskilled labor long before 1530. 11. Aspects of Union uneasy relationship. Gouda and its countryside. Bart Ibelings, University of Amsterdam. The fact that R.P. Brenner, when considering the Dutch case, was leaning exclusively on the work of de Vries, may be partly explained by the lack of other studies in English at that time. Important studies, especially by de Boer and more recently by Lesger and Hoppenbrouwers, have changed that situation. Critical reviews of the work of de Vries were published by Heers, Noordegraaff, and Van Zanden. Heers stressed the unexplained high state of urbanization in Holland. Particularly disputed was de Vries' statement that the economy of the countryside of Holland was still unspecialist and self-sufficient at the beginning of the 16th century. Later on, de Vries admitted that his study needed to be revised on this point. Hoppenbrouwers, however, for the land van Heusden in the southeast of Holland, came to the conclusion that the countryside there remained a peasant economy with few traces of proto-industrialization or market orientation. Recently, Epstein showed the importance of regional differentiation and declared urbanization the consequence of economic specialization in 14th century Italy. Whether this was true for Holland in the 15th century is discussed below. In this paper I will present some preliminary results on the development of the countryside surrounding the town of Gouda. During the later medieval period, Gouda was one of the 6 primary towns in Holland, situated on the crossing of the rivers Gooi and Hollandsee-Issel. The countryside must be roughly divided into 2 parts, first the region west of the Gooi, where peat digging was omnipresent, and second the remainder, where the peat remained untouched. This regional differentiation was caused by the naturally occurring situation. The oligotrophic peat area west of the Gooi was dug up, as it formed an important fuel reservoir. The more nutrient-rich peat elsewhere was unsuitable for this purpose and was used as arable land or pasture. This physical circumstance had far-reaching implications for the socio-economic development of the 2 regions. A common problem in both parts remained the control of the inland waters. The steady lowering of the surface level of the peatland in consequence of shrinkage and oxidation following drainage, made water management a constant necessity. Peat digging. Quantitative evidence for the amount of peat digging in Holland in the 15th and 16th centuries is rare. In combination, however, with data on the development of tithe revenues and the payment of taxes in the peat digging villages, broad outlines can be sketched. De Boer showed that peat excavation in Holland during the second half of the 14th century, if traceable, occurred in a fast-paced way. Apart from the growing demand for house fuel in the expanding towns, the urban industries, in particular the breweries in Gouda, Haarlem, and Delft, can be seen as major consumers. Probably we should add a considerable number of brickyards along the river Issel * in combination with the tides. The upstream damming of this river in 1285 resulted in a process of silting up which was favorable for the development of this industry. In this way, all the peat in, for instance, Sinnekoop, was swallowed up between 1340 and 1398, when registration of the peat tax or turfmaat in the accounts of the receiver of North Holland ended. In 1416 a peat digging claim in Grenswaard and Polian, also part of Waddinxien, was granted to townsmen of Gouda. In the 1430s it became obvious that because of this agriculture was doomed. After a period of sharp decline the paying of tithes in all Waddinxien ended, because, as it was stated, all land had been dug up and was useless. From 1457 onwards, another 5 villages in Réunion did not pay their small tithe, because cattle and poultry were no longer found within their borders. In several villages outside the Gouda territory, a similar development concerning the corn tithe took place. As early as 1399 the tithe owner in the village of Pijanaker obtained the right from the Count of Holland on every 11th peat that was dug within his tithe area, thus trying to keep up his income. Registered numerous examples can be given of fairly large tracts of peat land that were completely dug up. For example, in 1386 near the village of Zeeguard 140 morgen of peat land were issued by the Count in long lease with the right to dig peat. In 1395 only 42 morgen remained untouched. The ground rent was halved in 1416 and ended completely by 1419, because all land was dug up and nobody lived there anymore. From a total of 536 morgen near Hazerswoud, at least 110 had been dug up by 1440. As a result, poor people, who earned their living with peat digging, had to leave, and the revenue of the ground rent decreased. In 1494 only 70 morgen was left. In 1514 the whole area of 536 morgen was said to have been dug up and without any value. Several Weistungen or deserted villages of a special nature were the result, mainly resembling uninhabitable marshy areas * registered. Additional sources indicate the seriousness of the situation in the peat digging area in early 15th century Holland. Die Pavien was the first to point at the reduction of the Riemtelen in the peat villages. These reductions were conceded by the Count of Holland due to poverty and the loss of inhabitants following migration to the towns. The number of oars for Waddinxien decreased from 20 in 1400 to only 1.5 in 1418. In several villages in Rieland and Skeland no scot was paid from 1411 onwards. Because no inhabitants were left, frequent inquiries were made in order to make note of changes. In Bloemendaal, for instance, it was established in 1467 by information of Gouda that 11 persons had resettled the peat area. As they were very poor, the receiver of Holland agreed that they would pay only 1/3 of the original amount of scot. In 1457 4 villages in Rieland obtained a reduction of 1/3 of their scot. The Duke Philip of Burgundy granted this privilege as little peat was left and many inhabitants, due to poverty, migrated to the towns. The number of hearths still occupied is given. In this way we are able to make an exceptional comparison with the situation known from the inquest in 1477 and 1494. If these numbers are trustworthy, they would prove the existence of the Golden Age under Duke Charles the Bold referred to so often in the inquest. Only the village of Nieuwien in 1457 is said to have had 4 noble inhabitants. At the time in Zevenhoven and Calieslagen only 100 morgen were used. Degree. In the district of Skeland, Zevenhuizen obtained the right to pay half its scot from 1492 onwards. The German king and governor of the Burgundian Netherlands Maximilian of Austria granted this privilege because, as it was stated, almost 2/3 of the area had been dug up, particularly by townsmen of Gouda and Rotterdam, who did not contribute to the village's taxations. Degree. In the inquest of 1494, Zevenhuizen gave a corresponding figure, 2,000 out of a total of 3,060 morgen were dug up. In these parts of the peat digging area the economic structure was characterized by forced specialization. Under pressure of the rising urban demand peat was dug. For the villagers no, or far too little other means of subsistence remained and, as a result, urbanization intensified. In a way we could say, as did Epstein for Italy, that specialization here caused urbanization. Compared to Flanders, where commercial peat digging began at a much earlier stage, Holland was disadvantaged. A decisive difference is the subsoil, whereas in Flanders a sandy and arable layer surfaced underneath the peat. In Holland the high water table made the underground, stripped of peat, almost useless. In Flanders a transformation from a proto-industrial situation to an agrarian society was possible. In Holland this was only feasible in the 17th century with the so-called Droogmakerigen. Attempts to restore a full-fledged agriculture in the 15th and 16th centuries were frustrated by the urban need for peat. By draining the land with small wind or horse-driven watermills in the last decades of the 15th century, the water table was lowered in small embanked parcels. In this way a new opportunity for deeper digging was given. In 1481 the Regional Drainage Board of Skåland prohibited the peat digging of these watermill drained land parts. Requests for consent of constructing a watermill, to be obtained from the Drainage Board, were done under the cloak of creating new arable land or pasture. Short-term profits from peat digging were thus preferred to long-term recuperation of agricultural possibilities. Documents bearing on a case from the early 16th century learn that townsmen of Gouda and some villagers of Waddinxeen bought the useless area of Sinekup at a low price. By then they used some 25 small horse and windmills to provide them with peat. The superfluous water caused by these mills hampered the villagers practicing agriculture in the neighborhood. Registered. The recovery of agriculture was only possible with the help of watermills with a larger capacity. In Waddinxeen the small tithe was paid again from 1512 onwards, the corn tithe in 1535 and a newly introduced hemp tithe in 1554. Agriculture, however, only remained a marginal way of living, especially when the new technique of peat dredging spread in Holland. If peat dredging. Although the statements of the peat digging villages in the Inquest and Informatie are likely to have been exaggerated, it is obvious that most villages were running out of peat by the beginning of the 16th century. A technique called slagterven offered the solution. This made it possible to excavate peat again from previously dug up and since then useless areas. The diffusion of this technique, however, is puzzling. In Flanders examples from the 14th century are known and in Brabant from the 15th century. Application there remained marginal, most likely only along the side of ditches, as the water table there was no obstacle. Based on the emergence of the term slagterven in qualitative sources, the introduction in Holland generally is dated around 1530. Documents bearing on a case dated 1536 suggest that the dredging of peat in Holland on a small scale by peasants probably was known for decades, but was not taxed. The extension of dredging gave way to impose a peat tax. Quantitative sources provide better insight. The only series of the yearly excavated quantities of peat to be composed on a long-term range in Holland, concerns the village of Bleiswijk in Skåland. The first mention of slagturf here goes back to 1539. Within 3 years, tax income of dredged peat exceeded that of the dug-off peat. From 1553 onwards, all peat was dredged. In Rijnland, the first year of registration of dredged peat is 1535. By then in half of the 18 administered villages peat was dredged. In 1548 the Drainage Board of Rijnland estimated that within 8 to 10 years all peat would be dredged. Clearly the application of this technique spread rapidly. The only reason to explain the long delay in the large-scale use of the dredging technique in Holland, despite the need for new peat layers, may be found in the capital required. In contrast to current beliefs, draining by mills in small embanked parcels remained necessary, even after the introduction of the dredging technique. The peat digging area became covered with hundreds of small watermills. The rising peat prices and rent levels in Holland from the 1530s onward may have increased economic interest for urban investors. A process of change and capital investment is already visible in Waddinxeen in the 1530s. The number of people digging very small quantities of peat increased, but the total amount of peat dug up decreased. On the other hand, the total quantity of dredged peat was raised, while ever-increasing quantities were dredged at a time. Infrastructural improvements along the Gooi River were made by building several verlaten and waterways, making for a better connection with the urban markets. This development in the peat digging area made a strong increase in population possible during the first half of the 16th century. In 1514 in Zevenhuizen 88 houses were counted, while in 1557 there were 206. For the village of Zeeguard the growth is about the same, from 74 in 1514 to 200 in 1561, for Bleiswijk from 75 in 1514 to 186 in 1553 yen%. Apparently the demand for labor here was higher than in other parts of Holland. Leicester calculated, based on the same sources for 29 villages in the district of West Friesland, an average increase of 71%. Van der Woud found a corresponding average growth of almost 70% for 46 villages and towns within the whole of the Noorderkwartier**. As a result, land holding size decreased in the peat digging areas. It is likely that at the same time the portion of land held in short-term lease from urban owners increased. In the village of Moordrecht, west of Gouda, this clearly was the case. In 1553 almost half the village area was owned or rented out by citizens of Gouda. Nevertheless, this land bore only 39.5% of the total tax burden of Moordrecht, although it was by far the best quality or was rented out at high prices to the villagers. In contrast, most of the land owned by the villagers was dug up or useless. From this example we also learn that profound changes were possible in this period, and that it is questionable to state that the Schenkpenning registers of the mid-16th century in broad terms show the same picture of the countryside as the Inquest and Informatie of around 1500. This is the more unlikely as the strong increase in population during this period took place first and foremost in the countryside. The possibilities for employment in peat shipment are to be shown in detail from the peat impost registers. From 1559 on, a new peat tax was levied on the peat exported south of the Issel and Maas rivers. For the district of Rijnland the tax was collected in Gouda, for the Schieland district in Rotterdam. The outlet for the quarter of Gouda was mainly in Flanders, for the quarter of Rotterdam in the salt works in southwest Holland and Zeeland, whereas in the quarter of Gouda the peat trade was dominated by Gouda. In the quarter of Rotterdam one of the peat villages, Zevenhuizen, had an even bigger portion of the peat trade out of Schieland. It is almost incredible that the spokesman of this village in 1514 yet stated that only 100 out of a total of 3,100 morgens were not dug up. By 1560 Zevenhuizen had an enormous peat output and obtained a position in peat shipment that resembled that of the villages in Waterland, north of Amsterdam. In the impost register of 1568 for Zevenhuizen a total of 83 skippers from Zevenhuizen can be found who, together, made 245 shipments out of a total of 572. In the other four useful registers the total number of shipments was up to twice as much and the share of Zevenhuizen was even bigger, approximately 45–60%. Rotterdam, a fast-growing city, had no interest in the peat trade. In contrast, for Gouda peat trade became a much-needed substitute for the declining beer exports to Flanders. In 1562 it was alleged that over 1,200 persons in the town depended on income from the peat trade. To conclude, De Vries has completely ignored the first phase of peat digging when he states that peat digging on a more than incidental scale in Holland only started around 1500. By then the possibilities for peat digging were already in steep decline. The economic situation was not yet favorable for the large-scale spread of the dredging technique. When it did finally begin in the 1530s, it brought about enormous changes in the rural economy. 3. Agriculture. According to de Boer, the possibilities for arable farming in the peat areas of Holland were in strong decline in the late 14th and early 15th centuries, due to the subsidence of the peat layer in combination with chronic water floods. Remarkably, he found no indications whatsoever for an increase of cattle breeding or dairy farming as a counterpart. This may be the reason for van der Linden's statement that in 15th century Holland peat digging, fishing and fowling were more important than agriculture. The size of freshwater fishing in the peat area could have been increased, with ever more dug-up marshy parts, but studies proving this are lacking. The widespread of duck decoys is illustrated by the fact that in 1550 the Count tied up the founding of new decoys in Holland. Too much pasture and arable land was seized and his tithes were threatened. On the other hand, the opportunities for agriculture, and particularly the cultivation of industrial crops, resulting from improved water management in the course of the 15th century, have been underestimated. 3.1. Water management. The draining problems caused by the silting up of the Issel River, the ongoing peat shrinkage and the falling soil level forced the inhabitants to apply technological innovations at an early stage and in great number. The use of wind watermills around Gouda spread rapidly from the second half of the 15th century. The first so-called boïsm in Holland was used at the river Veelist near Maastricht in 1486. Urban influence in these matters is apparent in the 1430s in the Krimpenerwaard. The regional drainage board installed at the time was headed by a Dijkgraaf and 7 members called Hoogheemraden. Each of the towns of Gouda, Schoonhoven, and Dordrecht appointed 2 of them. The Hoogheemraden had to live or at least have property of a certain value within the Krimpenerwaard *. Only Schoonhoven was situated in the Krimpenerwaard itself. In 1428 Gouda obtained the right on exterior bourgeoisie for most of the villages in the eastern Krimpenerwaard. Dordrecht already had this right for the western part *. Apart from this, townsmen and religious institutions from the 3 towns had considerable landed properties in the Krimpenerwaard. How exactly the expensive but essential wind watermills, boïsms, and other improvements in the water management in the countryside were financed is an important but still unanswered question. In my area of study, financing was reached in one of several ways. First, tithe owners sometimes conceded inhabitants of a village to dispose of a certain part of the tithe revenues for a specified number of years. It is interesting that the initiative for such a contract could come from either side. The first example I found of this type is dated 1442 *. The tithe owner, in most cases the Count of Holland, often in cooperation with townsmen, noblemen, or religious institutions, must have been convinced of the profits of this investment. Thus, the receiver of North Holland estimated in 1531 the increase in corn tithe revenues in the bailiwick of Schoonhoven since the use of watermills at about 1,700 guilders yearly, and in 1549 at about 1,000 guilders second. The village as a community could sell an annuity, but frequently this may not have been possible because there was no confidence in the solvency of the village. A third option was that the owner of the land paid for the mill, while the villagers had to look after the maintenance, and were sometimes obliged to repay within a certain number of years. As early as the 1440s this last type was made the rule by the regional drainage boards of Delfland and Skeland. Persons who profited by the mill paid a special tax to cover its maintenance. The improvement in agricultural possibilities in the peat area with the use of the wind watermills has long been underestimated. Until now it was generally accepted that with these mills a return to, or spreading of cattle breeding was established in the peat area. Recently Leicester, for West Friesland, found a steady increase from the 1520s onwards in both the area of arable land and the corn tithes. In his view the watermills made the difference. However, his explanation for the interest of urban investors in these mills is contradictory. He saw the growing increase of the dairy prices compared to corn prices as a favorable condition for investment, because with the expanding dairy production corn could easily be bought. What he ascertained in fact was an increase in arable land, not in pasture. In my area of study, I cannot point out any specific period for the willingness to invest in water management. The necessity for constant improvements was too high. 111.2. Arable farming. As early as the late 14th and early 15th centuries the cultivation of hemp must have been well known in certain parts of Holland. The draining problems in the late 14th century may have had less influence on the spreading of this crop, because it needed moist circumstances. A demand stimulus may have been given by the introduction around 1416 of the big fishing nets for herring made of hemp, which were applied on a new type of vessel, the herring bus. It was attractive to the peasants that part of the process could be done during winter. The last part of processing hemp, however, was centered in the towns, for in general no rope yards or oil mills were to be found in the countryside. Already in 1396 Duke Albrecht ordained that all hemp in the district of the Land van Woerden had to be traded in the town of Woerden *. From 1440 on the accounts of the receiver of Schoonhoven in the Krimpenerwaard mention a shift from hop to rape and more particular to hemp culture *. Hop as well as hemp are clear examples of industrial crops, needing heavy manure and requiring much labor and capital. For that matter land holding size was small. Hop tithes were thus decreasing, and because hemp and rape were not yet subjected to the levy of tithes, the receiver pressed for measures to that extent in the district of the land van Woerden. The count decided in 1445 after complaints from tithe owners that in future flax and rape should be tithable like corn. Shortly after, in 1452, the court of Holland decided that the villagers of Tecklenburg in this district had to pay hemp tithes, only their huiswerven were exempt. The first known revenues to be found in the Krimpenerwaard, and probably in all of Holland, are dated around 1470 and show the existence of a widespread cultivation. The number of taxed huiswerven on non-resident hearths here was almost equal to the number. Aspects of an uneasy relationship of resident hearths. For that reason the total number of huiswerven probably must be doubled, as those along with the resident hearths were exempt like in Tecklenburg. Apart from this, tens of morgens were sown with hemp in the open field. In Holland numerous, mostly endless lawsuits against the introduction of this kind of new tithes are known during the late 15th and 16th centuries. Because the payoff of tithes ceased pending the preliminary investigations, the collection of data is hampered. On the other hand, the reports of the lawsuits provide much insight. The attempts to install a hemp tithe definitely indicate the expansion of this crop. From 1540 onwards the accounts of the receiver of Schoonhoven in the Krimpenerwaard contain detailed information on the annual area cultivated crops per tithe block. Crops grown were oats, wheat, barley, flax, rape, buckwheat, spelt, and beans, and sometimes hard corn. It is astonishing to see that the new drainage techniques were effective to such an extent, that all sorts of arable farming were possible in a peat area. The crops mentioned were all included in the corn tithe. Apart from it a hemp tithe was raised, thus proving its special position. On the other side of the river Issel, east of Gouda, a stipulation on the corn tithe in the land van Stein in 1482 included barley, oats, and wheat. The small tithe was levied there from cattle breeding, poultry and beekeeping. A system of convertible husbandry was applied here, in which arable farming alternated with pasture. Confusing is that in the district of the land van Woerden the small tithe, apart from all livestock, included rye, winter barley and industrial crops like rape, hemp, flax, and teasel. Corn tithes are not specified here, but likely were levied from wheat and oats**. In the Krimpenerwaard the crop that by far surpassed all the other crops subjected to the corn tithe, was oats, of which hundreds of morgens were grown each year. Indicative of this may be the fact that Antwerp skippers brought in here wheat and rye and returned from Schoonhoven with oats aboard. Oats was utilized in the breweries, but also as horse food. Horse breeding is known for several villages in the Krimpenerwaard. Horse fairs were situated in the towns of Schoonhoven, Hastrucht, and especially Gouda. In Gouda, in the early 16th century 3 annual fairs were organized, where at most some 2,000 horses were negotiated yearly. The improvement of arable farming and the increasing population in the peat villages can also be demonstrated by the steady increase of the number of corn mills. Unlike oil mills, corn mills were dispersed throughout the countryside. In 1516 Gouda prohibited the milling of corn in the monasteries, but was unable to prevent this from spreading in the villages. De Vries tried to prove his idea of a starting specialization in 16th century Holland by pointing, among other things, to the increasing number of village markets. Noordegraaff saw no such development. Within my area of study indeed no village markets were found. Just one early example is known, showing the opposite. A horse and animal market in the village of Stalwijk was moved to the town of Schoonhoven in 1412. The existence of local wayhouses, however, seemed widespread. From the late 14th century onwards examples are to be found. Continuous opposition from the cities in Holland against these village wayhouses can be seen. In particular hemp and dairy produce are named as the products being weighed here. In 1563 in Holland new local wayhouses were forbidden. Only those which were operating over 30 years were allowed. Nr 1956. A number of the illegal wayhouses were legitimate in this way. In 1570 the States of Holland declared that the 6 big towns in Holland had to investigate these village wayhouses within their quarters, and the industrial mills in the countryside. The results of a similar inquiry in 1597 concerning the way houses are available. Of 74 villages in Holland, 67 stated they had a way house before 1572, some of them dating back to the 15th century. Only 7 said they never had one. Most of them could not show privileges and must be seen as illegal. Apparently, the towns in Holland were only partly successful in extracting surplus at the point of distribution, through control of markets. An explanation may be found in the failure of the so-called Order op de Betenering. In 1531 this charter was issued by the emperor at the instance of the towns, aimed at prohibiting rural industry. The enforcement failed because of the opposition of the councillors of the court of Holland. Many of these noblemen owned ambichten and had personal interest in favoring the spreading of rural industry. The same can be said for the way houses and corn mills. Although noblemen in 1514 probably owned less than 10% of all land in Holland, they possessed over 80% of all jurisdictional rights in the countryside. The policy of aspects of an uneasy relationship. Towns to buy surrounding seigneuries in order to gain control was opposed successfully for a long time. In this way urban powers in Holland were curbed by ambichten. Only after 1585 did town councils and private burghers manage to expand their share. The high density of towns in Holland also caused towns to hamper one another. Because of this inter-urban rivalry, conflicts concerning market areas were easily sparked. The forced staple of agricultural produce from the town of Dordrecht over all villages of the district of South Holland was attacked by several surrounding cities, in shifting coalitions. Rotterdam, Schoonhoven, and Gorkum felt deprived of parts of their natural market area. Due to this opposition, the villages in the Krimpenerwaard were freed of the Dordrecht staple in 1562. For the same reason Gouda, in 1546, opposed with success a new annual dairy fair in Schoonhoven, which had been granted in 1535 by the emperor. Their market areas overlapped too much. A similar conflict between Alkmaar and Hoorn took place already a century earlier in 1449 NRS 80-81. For conclusion. In the statement for the inquest in 1494, Gouda stressed its close relation with the surrounding countryside. The townsmen had little or no revenues from their possessions as the peat was dug away and the silting up of the river caused drainage problems for agriculture. It was estimated that this is the explanation of 1/3 of the economic decay of Gouda. Not coincidentally, urban investments in the countryside around Gouda regarded water management as primary. Without water control, the peat area would have become uninhabitable and useless. In the peat digging area, the outcome of urban influence was almost completely disruptive. The land was devastated. Only in the 17th century did urban capital in the Drugmaker region show positive results. In the agricultural area the towns played a more constructive role, but mainly out of selfishness. Extracting surplus, however, was only partly achieved because of opposition by ambichten and of inter-urban rivalry. The claimed domination of dairy and cattle breeding in Holland during the 15th and 16th centuries is highly determined by the qualitative information of the inquest and informatie. The extent of the cultivation of industrial crops and the expanding possibilities for the growth of corn in the peat area as a result of improving drainage techniques have been underestimated. In general, arable farming in the peat area was much more varied than has often been thought. These expanding possibilities for arable farming could have paved the way for a return to subsistence farming. However, interdependence between town and countryside was too strong to allow this process to occur. Partly because of a shortage of bread grains and partly because the industrial crops were processed in the towns, market orientation prevailed. 12. The Low Countries in the Transition to Capitalism. Robert P. Brenner, University of California at Los Angeles. Introduction, Perspectives on Transition and the Neglect of the Low Countries. In the new phase of macro-historical and social theoretical debate about the rise of capitalism that began in the early 1970s, the Low Countries have received short shrift. Why this is so is not easy to say. Part of the explanation is surely to be found in the relative paucity, until fairly recently, of relevant historical material on Dutch medieval history and Low Countries agrarian history more generally. Yet, in view of the centrality of the economic history of the Low Countries to earlier stages of social scientific and historiographic discussion of the origins of capitalist development, the neglect of the Flemish and Dutch trajectories remains perplexing. A fuller explanation, it seems to me, requires reference to a fundamental shift in focus that has characterized the more recent stages of the long-standing debate on the transition to capitalism. With respect to earlier stages of that debate, specifically, the switch in concentration away from urban commercial industrial and toward rural agricultural economy. For a very long period, extending through the first half of the 20th century, most discussions of the origins of capitalist development in some way took their theoretical inspiration from the work of Adam Smith and, as a consequence, took for granted that the growth of the market was behind economic development and that the driving force behind the transition from feudalism to capitalism was the rise of trade and towns. It was therefore natural that, in those discussions, the growth of European industry and commerce over the course of the medieval and early modern period should take pride of place, and that the evolution of urban economy initially in Flanders and Italy, then in Brabant, and finally in Holland and England should be a central focus of sociological and economic historical inquiry. This was, it must be stressed, as true of Marxist social science and historiography as it was of non-Marxist. It was symptomatic that, as late as 1950, the Marxist economist Paul Sweezy relied heavily on the work of Henry Piron, the great Belgian historian of medieval European economic development, to frame his own town and trade-centered account of the transition. Nevertheless, by the time of Sweezy's contribution, a great intellectual sea change had been set in motion, which was bringing about the displacement of historiographical and social scientific attention away from the great centers of medieval European commerce and industrial production and toward the countryside. This shift had several sources. The work of such seminal figures as M.M. Poston, Wilhelm Abel, and Emmanuel Leroy Lagerie not only established the centrality of the demographic factor in economic history, but also explicitly called into question the univocal role of commerce as progressive and transformative. Indeed, by the mid-1960s at latest, a new picture of pre-modern economic evolution as essentially cyclical and driven by long waves of demographic growth and decline had taken the place of the long dominant view of pre-modern economic evolution as unilineal and driven by trade. The contributions of Maurice Dobb, his landmark studies in the development of capitalism published in 1946, as well the essays in and around his celebrated debate with Sweezy during the 1950s had an impact analogous to that of the demographic historians. Dobb challenged the standard view that the rise of trade and towns led to economic development by pointing out, as had indeed Poston, that the growth of the market was as likely to go hand in hand with the strengthening of pre-capitalist relations and the reaffirmation of pre-capitalist forms of economic non-development as, for example, in Eastern Europe, as their transcendence, and sought the roots of the transition to capitalism instead in the transformation of agrarian class structure. Several generations of Marxist economic historians, led by such influential medievalists as Rodney Hilton and Guy Bois, took up where Dobb left off, helping to create the new agrarian history, while attempting to limn out alternative, rural-centered perspectives on the transition from feudalism to capitalism. Meanwhile, over the course of many decades, the influential Annals School was stimulating the growth of agrarian history through its encouragement both of massive regional monographs and, especially, via the work of Marc Bloch early on, of comparative rural history. The upshot, over a long epoch which can be said to have found its origins during the 1930s with the publication of Bloch's French rural history, Abel's Agrarkrisen und die Agrarkonjunktur in Mitteleuropa vom 13. bis zum 19. Jahrhundert, and Poston's initial essay challenging the commercial interpretation was a profound refocusing of historical research on patterns of long-term demographic growth and their sources, on the productive response of agrarian society to demographic pressures, and on rural property structures and their transformation. In this context, It is perhaps understandable, though certainly not justifiable, that the new wave of debate on the origins of capitalist development that arose in the early 1970s preoccupied itself with the agrarian kingdoms of England, Western Europe, and East Albia, and also the newly emerging agrarian economies of the New World, and neglected, in relative terms, the heavily urbanized Low Countries. My own work has, quite obviously, been strongly influenced by the historiographic context of that period, from which it emerged. I have taken the merchant capitalism of medieval and early modern Europe as the indispensable point of departure, the necessary precondition, for economic development. But I have conceived of its urban-based industry and commerce as a natural outgrowth of feudal society, particularly the reproductive needs, as well as the initiatives, of feudal lords, and seen it as regulated and constrained by company, guild, and urban corporate political communities, rather analogous to the lordly and peasant political communities that maintained social property relations in the countryside. I have therefore viewed merchant capitalism as an integral part of feudal society and as far from sufficient to catalyze economic development. This is all the more the case, since instances of the same sort of trade-based division of labor involving the exchange of agrarian surpluses extracted from the peasantry by the dominant class for luxury textiles and military goods produced by urban artisans, mediated by merchants, repeatedly arose in world history from the rise of settled agriculture, but, before the early modern period, had always failed to dynamize a process of growth characterized by the increase of per capita output. And even in that epoch did so in only highly restricted regions. Indeed, what has seemed to me most striking about the succession of exceptionally dynamic urban industrial economies of medieval and early modern Europe was their apparent incapacity, by virtue of their demand for agricultural goods and the allocation of their funds to the countryside, to set off a process of self-sustaining economic development characterized by rising labor productivity in agriculture, even despite their ability to stimulate the growth of rural-urban division of labor by means of involving their hinterlands in their provisioning, and also despite the substantial economic activity of their citizens in the countryside, mainly in the purchase of land and reception of rents. The essential nature of the medieval and early modern growth process in most of Europe has thus seemed to me to be exemplified by two great continuities. First, the long-term tendency of population to outrun resources, issuing in the grand agrarian cycles of Poston, Abel, and Leroy Lagery, and second, the inability of Western Europe's urban population to grow beyond a highly limited proportion of the total. Neither the rising prices for food and other raw materials that characterized the up phases of the long demographic cycles of both the medieval and early modern periods, nor the growing demand from the towns for agricultural products that accompanied the urban expansions that also characterized those phases, was able, in medieval or most of early modern Europe, to call forth a response in terms of agricultural supply sufficient either to prevent the A phases of the demographic cycle from giving way in due course to B phases, or to allow the urban or non-agricultural labor force to continue to grow as a proportion of the total labor force. Put simply, the supply response of the medieval and the early modern countryside to the increasing demands upon it from growing population in general and growing urban population in particular was not only inadequate to sustain growth, but ultimately made for economic involution, characterized by declining output per person in agriculture. It has therefore seemed to me that to comprehend the breakthrough to economic development it is necessary to lay bare both the conditions that prevented the sustained growth of agricultural labor productivity and the historical processes that brought about the transformation of those conditions so as to make the sustained growth of agricultural labor productivity possible. For the achievement of regularly increasing agricultural labor productivity has seemed to me the critical condition making possible not only the break beyond the Malthusian cyclical pattern but also both the provision of a sufficient food supply and the creation of a sufficient domestic market to support industrialization, with the latter defined simply as the movement of an ever-increasing proportion of the labor force out of agriculture and into industry. My own perspective on the problem thus posed takes as its premise that what has made for the ongoing growth of agricultural labor productivity, and modern economic growth more generally, has not been some once and for all historical breakthrough. Neither a revolution in technology, nor an original accumulation of capital for investment, nor the rise of an elaborate interregional/international division of labor has in itself sufficed to catalyze self-sustaining development. Such things could and often did contribute to already ongoing processes of increasing agricultural productivity, or modern economic growth more generally, but they could in no way constitute it or bring it into being. What makes for modern economic growth, particularly in agriculture, is, in my view, something more general and abstract. It is the presence throughout the economy of a systematic, continuous, and quasi-universal drive on the part of the individual direct producers to cut costs in aid of maximizing profitability via increasing efficiency and the movement of means of production from line to line in response to price signals. This phenomenon comes into existence, I submit, only when the individual direct producers are not only free and have the opportunity, but also are compelled in their own interest, to maximize the gains from trade through specialization, accumulation, and innovation, as well as the reallocation of the means of production among industries in response to changing demand. It has thus been my central proposition that this positive correspondence between what is required for the ongoing, economy-wide increase of agricultural productivity, indeed modern growth more generally, and what economic actions individuals find it in their own self-interest to choose will prevail only with the emergence of capitalist social property relations, i.e. only where the economic actors have been both freed from any structure of ruling class surplus extraction by extra economic compulsion and separated from direct, non-market access to their full means of subsistence. This is because, only under such a structure of social property relations, are the economic actors not only left free to act as they deem best, but also and most fundamental rendered dependent upon the market for their inputs, thus subject to competition in production to survive, and therefore compelled on pain of extinction to seek systematically to maximize exchange value through specialization, accumulation, and innovation, and moving from line to meet changing demand, meanwhile subordinating all other goals to exchange value maximization. By the same token, I would argue that, in the presence of pre-capitalist, specifically, feudal social property relations under which, by contrast, the direct peasant producers did possess direct non-market access to their means of subsistence and the dominant lordly class did maintain itself by taking a surplus coercively, individual economic actors systematically failed to find it in their self-interest to adopt forms of economic activity conducive to economic growth in the aggregate, and this for two basic reasons. First, given precisely the freedom from the competitive constraint that was endowed by the system of social property relations, they were enabled to find it in their own self-interest to forego the full exploitation of the gains from trade in order to fulfill other goals to which they gave higher priority, goals the attainment of which would have been incompatible with the maximization of exchange value. Second, given pre-capitalist social property relations, the members of the dominant class tended to find that the best way to maximize their income in response to trading opportunities was through investing their surpluses in the means to improve their capacity to coercively redistribute income and wealth, rather than in the means to improve their capacity to create it more efficiently. It follows from the foregoing premises that the breakthrough to the sustained increase of agricultural productivity and modern economic growth more generally depends on the transition from feudal to capitalist social property relations. Nevertheless, since I understand feudal social property relations to be self-consciously reproduced by communities of lords and peasants in their own interest, and see individual lords and peasants as tending to adopt non-capitalist economic forms of economic behavior so long as feudal social property relations are maintained, I posit that the emergence of capitalist from feudal social property relations will occur only as an unintended consequence of lords and peasants pursuing feudal type economic behavior in order to achieve feudal goals. Given the fundamental role I attribute to the countryside, and the transformation of its social property relations, in my account of the transition to modern economic growth, as well as the correspondingly dependent position I allow to towns and trade in this process, it is perhaps not surprising that my own studies, like those of several of my contemporaries attempting to deal with similar problems, have given insufficient attention to the highly urbanized Low Countries cases. The fact remains that, by virtue of their unusually large urban populations, their extraordinary access to ocean and river transport and the attendant commercial opportunities, the unusual economic flexibility of their populations made possible by their access to the international trade in grain, and, finally, their freedom, from early on, from serfdom or the heavy weight of lordship. The agrarian sectors of the Flemish and Dutch economies of the medieval and early modern periods were not only highly exposed to demand pressures, but unusually well positioned to make a positive supply response. The Low Countries' economic developmental trajectories therefore constitute an especially demanding test of my contention that the commercio-industrial development of the medieval and early modern towns was, on its own, incapable of bringing into being the conditions for self-sustaining economic growth. Such a test is all the more relevant today, in view of the recent eclipse, after a long period of dominance, of population-centered perspectives within economic historiography, and the corresponding return to fashion of self. 299. Consciously Smithian perspectives, supplemented by insights from von Thienen. The fact is that, in recent years, economic historiography has come full circle, back to its traditional position of the first half of the 20th century. Some of its leading practitioners are therefore once again understanding economic growth as a function of market demand, subject to the constraints imposed by transport costs. In this essay, I would therefore like at least to begin to make up for past failures to deal more substantially with the Low Countries cases, stimulated to do so above all by the important contributions of the other authors in this volume. By presenting my conceptual framework and responding to objections to it by contributors to this volume, I will attempt to make clear the theoretical basis for my doubt that trade and towns, as they developed within agrarian economies structured by pre-capitalist social property relations constituted by peasant possession and lordly surplus extraction by extra-economic coercion, could catalyze a process of economic development. I will then attempt to demonstrate the utility of this framework by showing how the divergent systems of social property relations that emerged in the different parts of the Low Countries made for correspondingly divergent paths of economic evolution during the late medieval and early modern periods, especially in the northern as opposed to the southern Netherlands, but also within these two regions themselves. I shall conclude with some observations concerning the significance of the agrarian developments that I have sketched for the overall developmental trajectories of the Low Countries, particularly the fate of urban industrial development. 2. Feudal social property relations, feudal economic evolution, and the transition to capitalism, a conceptual framework. What then were the fetters on European agricultural production during the medieval and the early modern period that prevented it from responding more favorably on the supply side to the opportunities presented on the demand side by the rise of trade and towns, as well as the growth of population? My general point of departure is that these were inherent in feudal social property relations, characterized by peasants who possessed direct, non-market access to their means of subsistence, i.e. sufficient inputs in land, tools, and labor power to maintain themselves directly without the necessity of market purchases, and lords who extracted surpluses by extra-economic coercion from the possessing peasants. Feudal social property relations fettered the growth of the agricultural productive forces because they imposed certain limits upon and opened up certain restricted opportunities for what lords and peasants could do to maintain and improve their material situation. They did so because individual lords and peasants could not but regard them as constituting an unalterable social framework, by reference to which they were obliged to choose their optimal economic strategies. They had to be taken by individual lords and peasants, or their families, as givens, because they were collectively and self-consciously constituted and maintained by the political action of lordly and peasant political communities in their own interest. The burden of my argument is therefore that the strategies, or rules for reproduction, that individual lords and peasants did choose, against the background of feudal social property relations, when generalized throughout the economy, brought about certain long-term patterns of development and forms of crisis that instantiated involution and decline, rather than real growth. To explain why this was the case, I will offer a highly schematic account of the causal chain that I see having proceeded from feudal social property relations to feudal rules for reproduction to feudal patterns of development to feudal forms of crisis, and attempt to clarify the sketch by responding to the various criticisms of my framework. 2.1. What rules for reproduction made sense for peasants and lords? If 1.1. Peasants. Precisely by virtue of their possession of the means of subsistence, peasants found themselves shielded from competition on the market, and thus freed from that necessity to maximize exchange value competitively in order to survive that would have been imposed upon them had they owned only some of the means of subsistence and been obliged to purchase the remainder on the market. This insulation from competition was fundamental, for it allowed peasants to find goals other than exchange value maximization to be in their own interest. Of course, all else equal, peasants must have wished to maximize the gains from trade, for doing so would have given them the best return for their labor and other inputs. But, all else was not equal. In view of their restricted resources, their small plots and limited investment funds, as well as the nature of the broader economy around them, they could not find it in their self-interest to attempt to appropriate all of the gains from exchange theoretically available to them. This was because a choice for the full specialization that was required to maximize the gains from trade would have implied a choice for dependence upon the market as opposed to mere involvement in it and thus subjection to competition, and, in turn, because successfully responding to the competitive constraint would have implied certain major trade-offs that, as a rule, peasant possessors were unwilling to make. Safety first / produce for subsistence. Because medieval food markets were highly uncertain, peasants found it the better part of valor to adopt the rule for reproduction safety first or produce for subsistence, diversifying to make sure they secured what they needed to survive and marketing only physical surpluses, rather than specializing to maximize exchange value. Subsistence crises were thus common though unpredictable, and, when they occurred, not only brought extremely high food prices over several years, but, precisely as a consequence of high food prices, reduced discretionary spending for most of the population, thus unusually low prices for non-essential, non-food items. Peasants who specialized in non-food crops and thus depended on the market for food would therefore face the possibility, the precise probability of which they could not calculate, of finding themselves squeezed between the high prices of their inputs and the low prices of their output, and in serious danger of death from famine. Given the unacceptable cost of business failure, viz. the possibility of starvation, peasants had little choice but to avoid depending upon the market even if they involved themselves. 281. In it by trading their surpluses and to choose for safety first and produce for subsistence. They thus traded off those gains from trade that they might have attained by fully specializing in favor of economic security by securing what they needed to survive directly from their own plots and not from the market. Peasants chose to produce for subsistence for the further reason that they had additional top priority goals, the realization of which would have been incompatible with the choice for specialization, and the rigors of market dependence and competitive price/cost maximization thus entailed. These included the need and desire to have many children, to subdivide holdings, and to marry early. Many children. Peasants had to provide for their own social insurance against old age and ill health and for the amplification of the family labor force. They therefore had little choice but to have as many children as possible, especially to make sure that some of their offspring survived into adulthood. Their doing so was, however, incompatible with the requirements for profit maximization that went with specialization, because children tended, for much of their lives, to cost more to support than they could contribute to the family economy. Subdividing holdings. Peasants also had to respond to their children's demands for the material basis to form a family, and their own interest in seeing to the continuation of the line. They therefore were obliged to subdivide holdings. Nevertheless, doing so was again incompatible with the requirement for profit maximization that went with specialization, because subdivision obviously undermined the productive effectiveness of the resulting productive units. Simply put, peasants traded off some of the gains from trade that they could have secured through specialization in order to ensure their maintenance in infirmity and old age, as well as to provide for their children a base for family formation and to secure the continuation of the line. Had they chosen instead to specialize, they would automatically have become dependent on the market, subject to the competitive constraint, and have had no choice but maximize their exchange value, in which case they could not sensibly have chosen as rules for reproduction having large families and subdividing their holdings. d. Early marriage. It should be added that, in endowing their sons with a plot through subdivision, peasant families relieved those children of the need to engage in the very time-consuming process of accumulating, on their own, the material conditions to make a marriage. They thereby created, on a society-wide basis, the conditions for relatively early marriage. 1.1.2 Lords. Because the peasantry possessed the means of subsistence, lords could not, ideal typically, appropriate a surplus merely by virtue of owning land, because they could not count on adequate markets in tenants to rent their land or in wage laborers to work it. They could therefore maintain themselves economically only by applying force to appropriate part of the peasant possessor's product. But, to successfully apply force, they had to amass sufficient power to overcome peasant resistance. Moreover, because under feudalism, lords initially always took a surplus in some sense individually rather than collectively via centralized taxation, they always faced the problem of peasant mobility or, more precisely, competition among themselves for peasants. This opened the way to peasants to play them off one against the other. To make possible ongoing surplus extraction by exerting sufficient power against peasant communities and by counteracting peasant mobility, lords were thus obliged to construct, and maintain membership in, political communities or feudal states that could enable effective coercion and control. Because they generally had the ability to directly provision their households from their estates, lords like peasants were shielded from the market and thus the necessity to productively compete on the market to survive. Nevertheless, lords could hardly afford to ignore market opportunities to improve their income. This was, in the first instance, because they had to attract and equip a following as the basic condition for exerting power over the peasantry. It was, in turn, because their longer-term viability could very well depend on their capacity to stand up to or profit from the politico-military rivalry that was the natural outgrowth of a society constituted by a multiplicity of separate, uncoordinated lordly groups. Politico-military competition among lords under feudalism was thus the analogue of economic productive competition among firms under capitalism. What, then, was the best way to increase their income, so as to be able to make the expenditures on luxury goods and military equipment, required for feudal reproduction? Given their relationship to their peasants, upon whom they depended to work their estates under coercive pressure, lords would have found it very difficult to increase their income by better equipping or improving the skill of their peasants so as to increase domain productivity. In view of the fact that they possessed their own plots, peasants working on their lords' demesnes had little incentive to make effective use of advanced means of production that lords might provide them, and lords were in no position to threaten to fire them for their failure to do so. Deprived of the threat of dismissal, perhaps the best disciplinary device yet discovered to motivate careful and intensive labor in class-divided societies, lords found the supervisory costs of securing satisfactory work too high to justify much agricultural investment or innovation. Nor could lords, as individuals or as localized groups, improve their position by transforming their social property relationships with their peasants in a capitalist direction, replacing extra economic by economic exploitation. This they might conceivably have tried to do by freeing and expropriating their peasants, so as to oblige them to take up a commercial lease in order to survive, with the goal of rendering them 283. Dependent upon the market, subject to economic competition, and thus compelled to specialize, accumulate, and innovate, and ultimately to be both obliged and enabled to pay a higher rent. But tenants thus freed and expropriated could hardly have continued to be exploited, for, in view of the fact that the remainder of the rural producing class would still have been constituted by peasant possessors, They could hardly have been subjected to the competitive constraint in their rent relationship with the lord. They might simply have left the premises. But even had they stayed, they would have faced no danger of being replaced, thus no competitive pressure to pay higher rents, since there were no adequately developed markets in tenants or wage workers. Lacking the ability to transform production or the social property relations so as to increase productivity, lords found themselves with two viable rules for reproduction. Extend the area of settlement. Lords could increase the output from their estates by expanding production along already existing lines through extending cultivation to new land, either via simple asarting, i.e. the carving out of arable from waste, or, more grandly, via colonization, the expansion of feudal economy into new regions. Extending in these ways the area of cultivation was lords' main form of productive investment. Political accumulation. Where they lacked access to new land, lords had little means to increase their income except by improving their ability to coercively redistribute wealth from peasants or other lords by applying their surpluses to increasing investment in their military and political potential. This they accomplished by constructing stronger political communities, or feudal states, ones that were better armed, larger, and more cohesive to better dominate and control the peasantry and to more effectively wage war. Lordly groups pretty much had to build up their military potential merely for purposes of defense. Still, under conditions where it was difficult to improve or extend production, either stepped-up squeezing of the peasantry or conquest and plunder might very well prove the most cost-effective way to increase income. 11.2. From feudal rules for reproduction to feudal developmental patterns. The generalization throughout the economy of lords and peasants' rules for reproduction was responsible for the specific overall evolutionary path that characterized economic non-development in medieval and early modern Europe, because it gave rise to definite society-wide developmental patterns, as follows. A. Limited growth of the productive forces given the lack of interest in investment in agricultural improvement on the part of lords and given the safety-first approach to production of peasants, as well as peasants' proclivity to subdivide holdings, there was only the most limited basis for the growth of the agricultural productive forces. 284. B. Growth of population in view of peasants' interest in having many children for the purpose of social insurance and sometimes to supplement the family labor force, as well as male children's ability to marry relatively early as a consequence of their access to their parents' plots upon subdivision. Fertility was relatively high and population tended to grow relatively rapidly until it came up against certain productive and socio-political limits. Thus, the great waves of demographic growth from the 11th through the early 14th century and from the mid-15th through the early 17th century. C. Colonization and asarting. The main method by which the feudal agricultural economy could achieve real growth was by way of opening up new land for cultivation. During the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, feudal Europe was the site not only of dynamic efforts to scratch new arable land from forests and wastes, but also the scene of great movements of outward expansion, as settler colonizers pushed eastward across the Elbe, conquered Spain, and reclaimed territory from the North Sea for the Low Countries. D. Feudal state building. In view of their limited potential for increasing agricultural productivity and the pressure they faced from the intra-lordly politico-military competition that was built into the feudal structure of decentralized coercive surplus extraction, lords found that investing their surpluses so as to increase the size and sophistication of their political communities, or states, was, ultimately, an indispensable means to ensure their survival and increase their wealth and power. This is not to say that military pressure was always so great as to require a high level of lordly political organization. Just because more powerful states were required, moreover, did not always determine that they could be successfully constructed. The fact remains that, to the degree that they were internally disorganized, lordly groups would tend to be that much more vulnerable not only to depredations from the outside, but to the erosion of their dominance over peasants. The trend, over the course of the medieval and early modern periods, by way of processes of natural selection resulting from both lord-peasant class conflict and intra-lordly military political competition, was therefore toward the prevalence of ever larger and more powerful political communities, or states, ultimately the estates-type state through much of Eastern Europe and the absolutist tax office state through much of Western Europe. The growth of trade and towns and its limits, the immediate expression of lordly political accumulation leading to the growth of ever larger and more powerful lordly political communities or states, was the growth of exchange and the rise of towns. The lordly class needed ever more, and more sophisticated, weaponry and luxury goods to respond to intensifying intra-feudal politico-military competition by bringing followers around them and equipping them for battle. The growth of exchange thus made possible the rise of a circuit of interdependent productions in which the manufactures of the towns, produced in response to the demand of the lords, were exchanged for peasant-produced necessities and raw materials, appropriated by the lords and demanded by the town population as means of consumption and means of production. Great industrial and commercial. 285. Cities grew rapidly in restricted regions of northwest Europe and Italy from the time of the origins of feudalism in the 10th and 11th centuries on the basis of their industry's ability to capture, by virtue of their concentrations of artisanal skill, highly ramified divisions of labor and geographic positions, a disproportionate share of the demand for luxury textiles and armaments emanating from the lordly class of Europe as a whole. The fact remains that the potential for aggregate urban growth within the feudal economy was strictly limited because the growth of urban industry was dependent upon the growth of the demand of the lordly class, which was itself limited by the size of the agricultural surplus and in turn ultimately constrained by the limited growth potential of the agricultural productive forces. A succession of urban manufacturing centers could therefore grow by virtue of their ability to seize, by means of their superior cost competitiveness, significant portions of the trans-European feudal market in luxury goods and weaponry, but, after a point, their gains had to come by means of their rivals' loss, because that market was strictly limited. The proportion of Europe's urban population in its total population could not, and did not, increase beyond a certain limit during the whole of the medieval and early modern period. The growing weight of unproductive production. The growth of the town-country social division of labor within feudal society benefited lords and the urban population which catered to their needs, for it reduced costs by making for increased specialization, thus rendering military and luxury goods, as well as middle-class consumption goods, cheaper. Nevertheless, in the longer run, it entailed the growth in the size of the economy's unproductive sector at the expense of its productive one. On the one hand, feudal levies were used to pay for the output of the growing urban centers, mainly military goods and luxury consumables, but the latter failed to flow back into the productive process as means of production or means of consumption for the agriculturalists. On the other hand, as lords succeeded in increasing their unproductive consumption by means of improving their ability to coercively redistribute income away from the peasantry, they further limited the agricultural economy's capacity to improve. The lords' increased levies thus reduced the peasants' disposable income and, in that way, their ability to support themselves as the agricultural labor force or to make greater investments in tools. Declining labor productivity. The failure of the agricultural economy to very much develop the productive forces made unavoidable a long-term tendency to the declining productivity of labor as a concomitant to the growth of population. The opening of new land did, for a while, counteract and delay this trend. Nevertheless, over time, as demographic increase continued, the labor-land ratio rose, plots became ever smaller, and less fertile land was brought into cultivation, with the result that output per person began to fall. The growing weight of lordly exactions on peasant agriculture, at least in some places, only exacerbated the problem. Commercial rents rose, food prices increased, and the terms of trade increasingly favored agricultural as opposed to industrial goods. 286. The separation of peasants from their means of subsistence, the commercialization of peasant agriculture, and the rise in land productivity at the expense of labor productivity. The long wave of population growth leading to subdivision of holdings could not but eventually leave a significant part of the peasant population with insufficient land to provide fully for their subsistence and thus at least partially dependent upon the market. Such peasants were nevertheless stuck on the land, in part because they did not wish to relinquish plots that furnished at least part of what they needed to survive, in part because economic opportunities that beckoned them beyond the countryside in the towns remained negligible, ultimately due to the restricted growth of agricultural labor productivity, which limited both the domestic market for non-agricultural goods and the proportion of the population that could be supported outside of agriculture. They had little choice therefore but, in one way or another, to sacrifice their living standards in order to subsist. Peasants who lacked sufficient land to directly provide their subsistence but who had access to urban markets could seek to make ends meet by making more intensive use of family labor, their own and especially that of their wives and children, in commercial activity. They could do so by cultivating such labor-intensive commercial crops as flax, dyes, and garden vegetables, as well as legumes and other fodder crops. They might turn, in addition, to domestic industry by way of putting out organized by town merchants. Still, to pursue these options peasants had to pay a heavy price. None of the commodities thus produced provided as high a level of output per unit of labor input as did wheat and other food grains, so the turn to their production in place of food grains entailed a decrease in the cost effectiveness with which peasants allocated their major resource, i.e. their labor. Both the new commercial husbandry and domestic manufacture thus yielded increased output per household or per unit of land, rising land productivity only at the cost of a further decrease in output per unit of labor, declining labor productivity. It is certainly true that the presence of town markets provided peasants ways to support themselves that they would not otherwise have disposed of. But peasants turned to the commercial agriculture and proto-industrialization that the towns facilitated not as a voluntary, profit-maximizing response to growing market opportunities, but only as a second choice, because they had to do so to survive despite the declining living standards entailed. Paradoxically, commercialization and proto-industry represented for peasants not a movement to capitalist development, let alone a stage in the evolution of modern industrialization leading to industrial revolution, but an unavoidable outgrowth and expression of their fundamental rule for reproduction, viz. To produce for subsistence. Peasants who lacked enough land to secure their subsistence directly or even through intensifying agricultural and proto-industrial labor for commercial sales were obliged to lease additional land at a commercial rent or to hire themselves out as laborers. Their having to do so offered lords an unprecedented opportunity for increasing their own income. This was because, in view of their need to intensify labor and reduce living standards to the extent necessary to secure a lease or employment, semi-landless peasants could provide lords with unmatchable surpluses per acre by way of high rents levied or low wages paid. In other words, lords could secure better returns from their land by 287. Investing in the employment of additional peasants than they could be investing in improved means of production. Similarly, they could secure better returns from the land by leasing it to peasants producing with the goal of family survival than they could by leasing it to larger farmers aiming to make a profit through greater investment in means of production. This was even more true in areas with the best access to towns, for in places like this labor intensification could be pursued even further by means of cultivating new commercial crops that were used as industrial raw materials, as well as by engaging in domestic industry. Peasant families' need and capacity to intensify their labor and accept ever lower returns for it in order to survive thus made the increase in the labor capital ratio the best way for lords to improve their income. 2.3. Forms of feudal crisis. The long-term process of extensive growth powered by demographic expansion, limited by the weak development of the productive forces, overlaid by the growth of feudal states that supported ever larger, parasitic, urban centers, and issuing inexorably in declining agricultural output per person had, in the last analysis, to lead to distinctive forms of economic crisis. A. Malthusian crisis. Given declining labor productivity in agriculture, population growth faced unavoidable limits, and, all over Europe, from various points in the late 13th and early 14th century, there is increasing evidence of overpopulation and the ceasing of population growth. In this situation, all else equal, there should have been a straightforward Malthusian adjustment, in which demographic decline via famine, disease, and later marriage brought population back into line with available resources, opening the way for a new phase of demo-economic expansion. But this straightforward homeostatic mechanism could not take effect because the operation of the feudal economy encompassed a balancing not merely of peasants' requirements for subsistence with the potential output of medieval agriculture, but lords' requirements for political accumulation with peasants' potential surplus. b. Seigneurial revenue crisis and seigneurial offensive lordly consumption needs were determined by the growing requirements of intra-feudal competition in an era of increasingly well-constructed feudal states. Lords could not therefore easily downwardly adjust their demand for income, and thus for peasant surpluses, to the reduced capacity of the underlying agricultural producers to meet them. While the slowdown of population growth of the late 13th and early 14th century thus meant the deceleration of demographic pressure on the available resources, it also meant a deceleration in the growth of the number of rent-paying tenants and so deceleration in the growth of lordly rents. To maintain sufficient military political potential in response to competition, lords sought to compensate for the slowdown of income growth that resulted from the slowdown of growth, and ultimately the decline, in the number of their peasants by increasing their demands on the peasants that remained, as well as by initiating military attacks upon one another. Peasants were thus subjected to increasing rents and the ravages of warfare at the very time that their capacity to 288 produce was at its weakest, and this led to further population decline. The particularly sharp reduction in population that followed upon the famines and plagues of the 14th century brought major reductions in lordly revenue, leading to further lordly demands, resulting in a downward spiral of rising exploitation and declining population that was not reversed in many places for more than a century. The lordly revenue crisis and the ensuing seigneurial reaction thus prevented the Malthusian return to equilibrium that could have been expected in its absence. A general socio-economic crisis, the product of the overall feudal class political system, rather than a mere Malthusian downturn, gripped the European agrarian economy until the middle of the 15th century. 1.4. The maintenance or transformation of feudal social property relations. In view of the strong system-maintaining bias that I have implicitly attributed to the operation of feudal social property relations, the sort of general socio-economic crisis that gripped the European economy in the later medieval period could hardly, in itself, precipitate a breakthrough to modern economic growth, especially in the countryside. I have argued that, given feudal social property relations, lords and peasants could be expected to adopt feudal rules for reproduction. It therefore follows, that, so as long as feudal social property relations were maintained, the same long-term developmental patterns and forms of crisis, the same form of change, or evolution, within the system could be expected to prevail. But, how then is one to explain a change of system, i.e. the transition from one type of system to another, specifically from feudalism to capitalism? Insofar as either lords or peasants, as individuals or organized in collectivities, could dictate the outcome in their own interests, there would be no such transition, for feudal social property relations would in fact be maintained. As emphasized, peasants and lords, as individuals or as families, would have found it counterproductive to give up, respectively, peasant possession and surplus extraction by extra economic coercion in order to move toward capitalist forms. By the same token, lords and peasants maintain their communities precisely for the purpose of constituting and strengthening by collective, political means, peasant possession and lordly surplus extraction by extra economic coercion, respectively. The implication is that, even in the hypothetical cases where either lordly collectivities were entirely successful against peasants in consolidating their domination or peasant collectivities were entirely successful against lords in achieving unfettered, unconditional possession of their plots, some form of pre-capitalist social property relations embodying lordly surplus extraction by extra economic coercion and or peasant possession would still have been maintained, making for the continuing adoption of feudal rules for reproduction and, as a result, the perpetuation of feudal developmental patterns and forms of crisis. Since I began with the contention that the sine qua non for economic development was precisely both the separation of the producers from their full means of subsistence and their freedom from any structure of surplus extraction by extra economic coercion, their becoming free, market-dependent, and subjected to competition in production, the question that thus imposes itself is, how could the system of feudal social property relations ever have given way to a capitalist system of social property relations that represented its total negation? 289. To this question, there seems to me only one logical answer. Insofar as breakthroughs to modern economic growth occurred, these must be understood to have taken place as the unintended consequences of actions either by individual lords or peasants or communities of lords or peasants seeking to reproduce themselves as feudal-type actors in feudal-type ways. In other words, the emergence of capitalist social property relations had to result from attempts by feudal individual actors to carry out feudal rules for reproduction or by feudal collectivities to maintain or strengthen feudal social property relations under conditions where seeking to do so had the unintended effect of actually undermining those social property relations. Only where such transformations occurred, then, as an unintended consequence of feudal lords and peasants trying to maintain and improve themselves as such, could economic development ensue, for only there could economic actors find it made sense to adopt the new rules for reproduction imposed by the new system of social property relations. The substantive historical implications of these realities were, in my view, profound. Over an extremely long run, the European social economy was continually disrupted by extended processes of class struggle in which peasants sought their freedom and full ownership of the land and lords sought to more intensively exploit peasants. Moreover, these processes of struggle brought significant, and significantly different, outcomes: first peasants, during much of the medieval period, then lords, during most of the early modern period, essentially succeeded in getting their way. But, since the goals sought by neither peasants nor lords entailed a qualitative change in the system of social property relations, neither of these outcomes brought about a break from the established patterns of development and forms of crisis throughout most of Europe. During the medieval epoch, as is still not sufficiently appreciated, peasants through much, though not all, of Europe succeeded through resistance and flight in exploiting the intra-lordly competition that was built into the system of decentralized lordship, so as to undermine lordship/serfdom. By 1300 or so, over broad regions of Europe, they had won their freedom, the right to inherit their plots, and fixed seigneurial dues. They had achieved, in other words, something close to full property rights in the land, which they further consolidated in the 14th and 15th centuries under conditions of a declining land-labor ratio. But from the later medieval period, in most though not all of Europe, lords turned the tables on peasants. By this juncture, through most though not all of Europe, peasant possession tending to full peasant property was an irreversible fact of life. To maintain themselves qua lords, therefore, lords had no choice but to seek to construct more powerful and effective political communities in order to continue to be able to take their levies by extra economic coercion. This they were able to accomplish by building larger, more cohesive feudal states that could sharply limit intra-lordly competition for peasants. In most of Eastern Europe, by means of constructing estates-type states, lords succeeded in stepping up intra-lordly cooperation, so as to restrict peasant mobility and thereby impose neo-serfdom. In much, though not all, of Western Europe, by means of the absolutist tax office state, they imposed a new form of centralized levy on the peasants' land that rendered the mobility of the peasants irrelevant to their ability to exploit them. Throughout the length of the medieval and early modern eras, then, peasants struggled for freedom, full rights to their land, and limitations on lordly levies, while lords fought. 290. For greater controls over peasants' persons and a higher take. It should therefore be hardly surprising that, throughout most of the continent, the outcome of class struggle represented no qualitative break beyond social property systems characterized by peasant possession and lordly surplus extraction by extra economic coercion, but only restructurings of such social property systems. Nor should it come as a shock that, in the face of these restructurings, one witnesses successive run-throughs, over the course first of the medieval then the early modern period, of the same pattern of economic non-development issuing ultimately in society-wide crisis. Population increase and extensive growth, overlain by the rise of ever grander and more cohesive feudal state and the accompanying growth of ever larger commercio-industrial towns, issued in declining productiveness, Malthusian ceilings, and ultimately, general crisis. Finally, the break beyond the basic pre-capitalist social property structure, where it occurred, took place only as an unintended consequence of the actions of feudal lords and peasants. It is only where there was such a break, that one finds a break beyond the feudal pattern of development. In England, to crudely encapsulate a complex process, the peasantry was unable before the late medieval period to weaken the claims of lordship against what had been perhaps the most cohesive and successful lordly class in Europe. But, in the wake of the severe population decline of the 14th and 15th century, peasants did succeed, via resistance and flight, in destroying the prevailing system of decentralized lordly surplus extraction by extra economic compulsion. Nevertheless, from the 15th century onwards, having failed to reinstate serfdom, lords did succeed, by further strengthening their already relatively unified state, in asserting their absolute property in the greater part of the land. They consolidated their hold on what were, in terms of the Western European agriculture of the time, unusually large demesnes, accounting for an unmatched proportion of the cultivated surface. They expanded these already large demesnes by appropriating peasant customary land left vacant in the demographic downturn. They acceded to land held by customary tenants who lacked the rights both to pass on their holdings on inheritance and to invariable fines on the transfer of their holdings. Ex-peasants, now largely separated from their means of subsistence though still possessing the means of production, were thus obliged to maintain themselves through taking up commercial leases. A system of capitalist social property relations thus emerged in the countryside, in which the direct producers were free from surplus extraction by extra economic compulsion, but rendered dependent upon the market, and thus subject to competition in production in order to survive. The consequences were epoch-making. Since they were now obliged to maximize their price-cost ratio to survive, market-dependent tenants could not contemplate adopting peasant rules for reproduction, for the latter ran counter to their needs to increase their productiveness and their competitiveness. Producing for subsistence, having many children, subdividing holdings on inheritance, and marrying early were not effectively ruled out. Tenants held plots together, and produced for exchange unable to accede at an early age to a plot passed down to them by their parents. Their sons had to accrue for themselves the wherewithal to form a family. Since this took time and was sometimes difficult, it made for higher age at marriage and higher rates of celibacy. The result, in aggregate, was slower demographic growth, which 291 made for the reduced appearance over time of semi-proletarized peasants requiring land to make ends meet. As a consequence, landlords found it more difficult and less lucrative to adopt a rent-squeezing strategy toward their tenants. At the same time, to meet competition in production, tenants had no choice, if they wished to survive, but to specialize, invest, and innovate. The steady improvement of the productive forces leading to the ongoing growth of labor productivity in agriculture was the result. Part and parcel of the same trend, larger, more effective producers tended to outcompete smaller, less effective producers, making for a trend to socio-economic differentiation, which brought about the emergence of a class of capitalist farmers, as well as a class of rural proletarians. A long-term process of modern economic growth ensued, through which the English economy broke beyond the Malthusian limits that had been imposed by the now superseded system of social property relations. By the late 17th and early 18th century, by virtue of the ongoing growth of labor productivity in agriculture, the English economy was able not only to avoid the hitherto inevitable phase B, but, by means of the rise of discretionary incomes leading to the growth of the domestic market, to underwrite a large-scale movement of the labor force out of agriculture into industry, a process of capitalist industrialization before the Industrial Revolution. 3 Objections to the conceptual framework. 3.1. Feudal lords and development. The foregoing theoretical cum historical framework is obviously designed to lay bare the weaknesses of the version of Smithianism that informs neoclassical economics, that is today once again a dominant force in contemporary economic historiography, and that has classically underpinned the idea that the rise of trade and towns in medieval and early modern Europe was, in itself, the source of economic development. I thus explicitly deny what that theory centrally affirms, that economic actors can be assumed to increase productive efficiency through specialization, investment, and associated forms of improvement in response to the appearance of sufficiently increased market opportunities. I argue instead that peasant possessors and lordly surplus extractors by extra economic coercion will tend to find its sensible utility maximizing, if you will, to eschew systematic specialization and other forms of cost cutting aimed at securing the full gains from trade. In the case of peasants, this is because they lack sufficient resources or because the costs of specializing are too high in terms of other of their fundamental goals such as security from bad harvests, social insurance against infirmity and old age, and the endowment of children with family plots. In the case of lords, it is because they are able to maximize their incomes more effectively by coercive redistribution than by improvement of their peasants' productiveness. Nevertheless, as De Vries points out, neoclassical theorists led by Douglas North, have sought to take this sort of critique into account by making their point of departure precisely the idea that institutions matter. They argue, first, that economic growth takes place only where the structure of incentives leads individuals to 292. Find it in their self-interest to take economic actions that correspond to the requirements of growth in the aggregate and, second, that such a correspondence will exist only in certain institutional settings characterized by efficient economic organization. Nevertheless, it seems to me that the project of neoclassical institutionalism is ultimately self-contradictory. North and his associates want to recognize the formative impact of institutions on individual economic action. But, in true Smithian fashion, they also insist upon seeing institutions as evolving toward greater efficiency as a function of individuals' rationally self-interested response to changing market conditions. North et al. Therefore argue that individuals do find themselves constrained by certain types of economic institutions to make less than efficient economic choices. But they also argue that, to secure the best gains from changing relative prices set off by population growth, the rise of trade, or whatever individuals will in fact alter such institutions in the direction of greater efficiency, facilitating economically efficient individual responses to those changed relative prices. Yet it seems to me self-evident that, if institutions are so little constraining that they adjust in the direction of efficiency in response to changing factor prices, then they cannot in any meaningful way be said to matter, for in that case it is clearly the changing factor prices that are doing the work. It is true that the argument set out by North and Thomas is more complex than I have so far allowed, in that they see individuals and groups frustrated in their self-interested attempts to fashion more efficient institutions by transactions costs, arising especially from problems of coordination and problems of enforcement. But what in my opinion fatally flaws the neoclassical conception is its exponents' inability to grant not just that individuals may at times be unable to realize their self-interest in more efficient institutions due to collective action or enforcement problems, but that individuals and groups may have an interest in or maximize their utility through the maintenance or even creation of more inefficient institutions like peasant possession in the interest of production for subsistence or lordly surplus extraction by extra economic coercion in the interest of more effective redistribution rather than production or that groups and classes have systematically conflicting interests in institutional outcomes. Once this is allowed, it becomes impossible to understand institutional development merely in terms of changing factor costs produced, for example, by population growth or the rise of trade, because the self-interested response by individuals and groups to those changing factor costs are understood to vary, depending on the system of social property relations and the balance of class forces, which are themselves incomprehensible as an expression of those changing factor costs per se. The fatal flaw of Northian neoclassical institutionalism is thus its inherent inability to specify a mechanism that would lead the economy in the direction of more efficient economic institutions. North et al. Take it as self-evident that individual actors' self-interest in improved outcomes is, ultimately, sufficient for such a result. But the whole burden of my argument has been that, in the presence of pre-capitalist social property relations, lords and peasants, as individuals, systematically found inefficient responses to market opportunities to be in their own self-interest. 2. Lords and peasants, organized as collectivities, found it in their self-interest to maintain precisely those pre-capitalist social property relations and, finally, 3. Lords and peasants had systematically conflicting interests in which form of pre-capitalist social property relations would prevail, lords desiring maximally tightened surplus extraction by extra economic compulsion and peasants desiring the end of lordship and their own full proprietorship in the land. It follows that, since no individuals or groups in pre-capitalist society had an interest in installing capitalist social property relations, the emergence of capitalist social property relations is inexplicable from a neoclassical economic standpoint. Put another way, it is only after capitalist social property relations have been installed, that individual actions and institutional forms can be expected to correspond in a very rough and ready way to the requirements of efficiency, for it is only upon the installation of capitalist social property relations that productive units are subjected to the pressures of the competitive system, with its accompanying innumerable incentives to cut costs and its field of natural selection to weed out the less efficient and higher cost producers. Yet, the transformation of pre-capitalist into capitalist social property relations can only be understood as an unintended consequence of the actions of pre-capitalist actors in aid of the achievement of pre-capitalist goals. De Vries wants to argue that neoclassical institutionalism is in fact ultimately sustainable precisely because there does exist within the pre-capitalist economy a mechanism that selects out and forces lords to move toward more efficient economic institutions and types of economic behavior. That mechanism is intra-lordly politico-military competition. Now, the subjection of the feudal lords of Europe, and their political communities or states, to military political competition is, of course, a central point of departure for my own analysis of feudal economic evolution, so there is no disagreement between us on that point. However, I think De Vries is mistaken to take for granted that politico-military competition gave rise to competition in production, and, more specifically, that lords' optimal response to the requirement to become more politico-militarily competitive was to attempt to increase economic efficiency. In order to compete militarily, European lords were indeed obliged to maximize their income so as to be able to finance the construction of ever larger, more cohesive, and more militarily advanced political communities, or states. Nevertheless, because the medieval and early modern European economy was, for the most part, structured by social property relations of lordly coercive surplus extraction and peasant possession, the lord's best path to income maximization, as I have already argued here at some length, was not via improving the productiveness of the agricultural economy. This was because, in the presence of pre-capitalist systems of surplus extraction by extra economic coercion, decentralized forms of lordship or the tax office state lords 294 found themselves unable either to productively mobilize the possessing peasantry through combining improved tools and techniques with peasant labor, or to successfully transform the social property relations in the direction of capitalism. It was, on the contrary, in political accumulation, i.e. investment in building up the means to coercively redistribute income and wealth through increasing levies/taxes on the peasantry and making war with other lords, that lords found their most favorable economic course. It thus was no accident, in my opinion, that the build-up of the great feudal and absolutist warfare states of early modern Europe went hand in hand, not with economic development, but with the rise of oppressive taxation and military destruction that drastically undermined the underlying agricultural economy's degree. Finally, it needs to stress that, whereas capitalist competition in production tends to lead to the replacement of less cost-effective by more cost-effective producers, lordly politico-military rivalry entailed no parallel mechanism. There was therefore no reason to expect that conflict between states resting on more productive economies and states built on less productive economies would automatically lead to the supersession of less productive by more productive economies. States based on more backward economies might easily defeat, or at least badly damage, those rooted in more advanced economies, as did absolutist France vis-a-vis the progressive United Provinces. Even when states based on backward economies were completely crushed, as was, for example, Poland on a succession of occasions, the underlying backward economies rarely if ever gave way to more advanced ones. 4. Now, I can hardly deny that, at the very heart of my conception of feudal evolution are the propositions, that intra-lordly politico-military competition within the feudal economy tended, over the long run, to bring about the outstripping of smaller, weaker feudal states by larger, more politico-militarily effective ones, and 2, that, as one aspect of this process, centralized systems of surplus extraction, i.e. absolutist tax office states emerged out of extended conflicts with, and at the expense of, more decentralized forms of lordly surplus extraction, as a function of competition between them for peasant surpluses. But it seems to me that the proper conclusion is that the seeming contradiction that Hoppenbrouwers and Van Zanden have located in my argument resides within feudal evolution itself rather than in my conception of it. Degree 111.2. Peasants, capitalist tenants, and development. In view of the minimal role of lordship or serfdom in the economic history of the Low Countries, it is not surprising that the main objections raised here to the approach to economic development that I have proposed concern the peasantry, its productive potential and economic fate. Do peasants have a distinctive approach to the economy? Do peasants have sufficient resources to underwrite agricultural development? Does the undermining of peasant possession automatically bring modern economic growth? A. Are peasants' productive aims in keeping with the demands of productive efficiency? I must begin by re-emphasizing that, contra Hoppenbrouwers and Van Zanden, I hardly shun the concept of the market vis-a-vis feudalism, but see towns and exchange as absolutely essential to feudalism's functioning from its origins, since urban industry and trade were at all times indispensable to lordly reproduction. Nor do I believe that either lords or peasants sought to avoid the market. Lords were, from early on, instrumental in the founding of towns throughout medieval Europe, and relied, from the start, on the commercial exchange of agricultural surpluses appropriated from peasants for town-made luxury and military goods. Peasants for their part sought as much as possible to exploit the gains from trade through involvement in the market, but found themselves significantly thwarted in so doing because full specialization leading to dependence upon the market was incompatible with the pursuit of other highly valued goals: security from bad harvests via production for subsistence, social insurance via having many children, the endowment of children with the wherewithal to form a family by means of subdivision of holdings. De Vries thinks that I am mistaken to believe that medieval and early modern peasants tended to adopt produce for subsistence in order to achieve safety first. This is because, he asserts, where markets were well functioning, specialization was generally less risky in terms of, say, the assuring access to sufficient food than diversification, and peasants would, under such circumstances, have been ill-advised to choose the latter over the former, were they interested in minimizing the likelihood of starvation. But I have never made the argument that De Vries is here attributing to me, viz., that recourse to specialization is in some general, trans-historical way riskier than diversified, subsistence production. To have done so would have been to imply the obviously untenable conclusion that it is always safer to produce for subsistence today than to buy virtually all one's inputs, and do what one can do best in order to secure the gains from trade. What I do argue is that, under the conditions that generally prevailed in medieval and early modern Europe, in no small measure precisely because peasants seeking safety first and producing for subsistence constituted the great bulk of food producers, there was vast uncertainty about the availability of food, with subsistence crises to be expected but their timing unpredictable. Peasants who specialized were as a rule unable to insure themselves against a run of bad harvests in the way that, for example, rich landlords or wealthy tenant farmers would have been able to do so had to adopt an economic strategy, a rule for reproduction, that limited their vulnerability, specifically safety first/produce for subsistence. It therefore made a vast difference to the productiveness of medieval and early modern European agriculture that so much of it was in the hands of peasants rather than of, say, rich landlords and wealthy tenant farmers, precisely because peasants were obliged, in this way, to limit their specialization. B. Are peasants' plots too small to support the growth of agricultural productivity? My argument concerning economic development starts from social property relations and associated rules for reproduction. Therefore, its primary concern is not to contrast the productive potential of large versus small farm agriculture, but of capitalist agriculture carried out by free, market-dependent producers, separated from their means of subsistence, and peasant agriculture carried out by possessors of the means of subsistence. It is, once again, subjection or not to the competitive constraint that is, from my standpoint, fundamental. But once having said that, and having noted in addition that which farms are large and which are small is obviously a strictly relative question, one would indeed want to argue that the peasant farms of medieval and early modern Western Europe did tend to be too small to be economically efficient in the most relevant respect, that is to say in the maximizing of labor productivity in food grains, which was the key to supporting an ever greater fraction of the population off the land. For the latter task, much larger farms than peasants generally disposed of were indeed required to underpin the growth of labor productivity. The definition of a peasant is not, of course, straightforward. But when I use the term, I refer to the run of cultivator possessors who populated medieval and early modern agriculture in most of Western Europe. Something like 80% of the land in late 13th century England was in holdings under 20 acres, and approximately 46% was in holdings under 10 acres. Such small holdings were unquestionably even more dominant in most of French agriculture before 1600. On the other hand, a family labor force producing bread grains was quite capable of farming with its own labor up to perhaps 56 acres, only on farms above 60 acres would it have had to rely on ever larger supplies of wage labor. We may therefore conclude that peasant farms were generally 1/2 or 1/4 the size that was optimal for basic food production and were thus typically heavily oversupplied with labor. The implication is that peasant agriculture made for a huge amount of disguised unemployment and in this way for relatively low output per person. It follows that the transcendence of the peasantry in agriculture was indeed a prerequisite for that ongoing growth in labor productivity in the production of food grains that was the sine qua non for industrialization. In this context, it is entirely inappropriate to term the farmers who undertook an agricultural revolution in 17th century England either peasants or small, as do, respectively, Allen and Crute and Parker. On the contrary, the emergence of such farmers obviously represented precisely the rise of large farms and the transcendence of the small and peasant farming that had dominated English agriculture in the medieval period. By the early 17th century, the average farm size in the South Midlands region studied by Allen was 59 acres. Even more to the point, farms of 60 acres or more occupied no less than 71% of the farmland, and farms of 100 acres or more 51%. The pattern found by Allen was, moreover, quite typical of English grain-producing regions in this era. The break from small and peasant agriculture could hardly have been more definitive or self-evident. Indeed, my argument is decisively confirmed by the fact that part and parcel with the emergence of these farms came not only the predominance of capitalist social property relations dominated by landlords and their commercial tenants, but a major increase in the long-term growth of agricultural labor productivity. The burden of Allen's work on the English yeoman is the very opposite of what he contends. It confirms the fundamental role of large non-peasant farms, not small peasant farms, in the English agricultural revolution. To assert that this sort of large, non-peasant, capitalist farm was required to carry through the transformation in agricultural production in bread grains that was required to support a process of industrialization is, as I have elsewhere emphasized, in no way to deny that medium-sized or even small farms could be as efficient as large in agricultural lines in which there were no particular scale economies in terms of capital or land. This was true in labor-intensive industrial crops, as well as market gardening near the towns. It was also true in dairying. Still, it must be emphasized that specialized dairy farmers were ipso facto dependent upon the market, in that they were obliged to purchase their inputs, notably food grains, on the market. As a result, they were subject to competition in production. Since there were definite scale economies to be had in dairy production in plant and equipment if not in land, they therefore had little choice, if they wished to survive, but to maximize investments in plant and equipment so as to improve as much as possible their cost effectiveness. In any case, the fundamental point is that the rise of regions dominated by such small-scale, specialized production would have been unthinkable without the production of surpluses in grain-producing areas, which implied, on a system-wide scale, the growth of labor productivity in food grains, and thus the transformation of agrarian social property relations somewhere in the system. C. Development through the differentiation of the peasantry. It is sometimes implicitly admitted that peasants were insufficiently landed and lacked sufficient capital for efficient agricultural production, but that, in the presence of the growth of the market, peasant agriculture tended naturally to give rise to capitalist social property relations and capitalist economic development, out of a process of economic differentiation. In such a scenario, yeoman farmers more or less automatically emerge on the ruins of the small peasantry to lead the way in underwriting agricultural improvement, and according to its exponents, this was supposedly the path to agrarian capitalism taken in early modern England. Nevertheless, this argument, which has indeed been put forward by a number of leading Marxist economic historians, including Dobb and Hilton, and recently reprised by Crute and Parker, begs the question. In England, from the first part of the 16th century, if not earlier, the preponderance of the land was farmed not by peasant possessors, but tenant leasers. Because English agriculture was thus largely in the hands of farmers who were dependent upon the market and subject to competition in production, it did indeed experience a process of economic differentiation in which larger, more effective farmers beat out smaller, less effective farmers, leading to the rise of a class of capitalist farmers, the famous English yeomen, which did indeed make the running in transforming English agriculture. The point too is, however, that this process of economic differentiation was conditioned upon a process of competition in production by already market-dependent leasehold farmers. It did not therefore bring about the transcendence of a possessing peasantry, rather, it was predicated upon that transcendence, in that it depended precisely upon a previous process of separating peasant agriculturalists from their means of subsistence. By the same token, the mere growth of demand for agricultural products could not be counted upon to set off a process of commercialization in which peasant possession self-evolved through a process of socio-economic differentiation into capitalist farming. In regions where at the end of the Middle Ages the countryside was dominated by peasants who had secured full property in land and thus the capacity to avoid dependence upon the market and subjection to competition, the dominant trend was not toward the differentiation of the peasantry, but rather toward subdivision and ultimately the pulverization of holdings. Such a process can be found taking place throughout early modern France, including its most commercially advanced regions where the demand for agricultural goods was most intense, notably the area around Paris. In the latter region, huge peasant holdings, often running to 60 to 80 acres, prevailed around 1450, the legacy of the late medieval demographic crisis and sometimes the devastation of war. But within a century, the remorseless subdivision of holdings had brought the most massive parcelization of plots, leaving agriculture largely in the hands of very small and many holders. Clearly, Morcellement had far outdistanced Rassemblement. Contra Hoppenbrouwers and Van Zanden, then, the English yeomanry did not, in my conception, come out of the blue. It did emerge out of a process of socio-economic differentiation, but that process was itself only made possible by the previous transcendence of peasant possession. By the same token, in places like France, where peasants got the upper hand and emerged from the late medieval class conflicts freed from serfdom and with full property in land, this did not in fact generally lead to petty capitalist accumulation and social polarization within the peasantry, but rather the pulverization via subdivision of peasants' plots leading to the prevalence of vast numbers of micro-holdings, with the result that, in such places, there was, pace hoppenbrewers and vanzanden, precisely no continental equivalent of the yeomanry. Just as I do not argue that small farms were per se ineffective, I do not, pace hoppenbrewers and vanzanden following Cooper, argue that large or tenant farms were per se productively effective. Once again, it was the social property system that was, in my view, determining. Unlike those that dominated the early modern English countryside, distinguished as it was by the large-scale reduction of the peasantry, big farms throughout most of Europe during the medieval and early modern periods were commonly ensconced within a broader pre-capitalist context dominated by peasant producers, and could, for that reason, hardly be expected to underpin agricultural development. Especially as a consequence of extreme subdivision under the pressure of population growth, peasant farms not only commonly possessed surplus labor power, but having become too small to provide full subsistence, had to resort to it to make ends meet. The large units alongside the peasant farms, which were often monoreal demesnes or their descendants, thus typically functioned within a sea of small peasant producers who had insufficient land to provide them subsistence but who had no other place to go. Those large units could therefore generally avail themselves of an endless supply of cheap labor, and they almost always found that the most profitable strategies to adopt involved not investment to improve labor productivity, but the intensification of labor and limitations on its pay. 300. The result was that in places where landlords relied on wage labor to farm their demesnes as landlords tended to do in those very broad regions of Western Europe where they lost at some point during the medieval period their capacity to impose labor services, they almost always found that they could secure their best returns by combining intensive labor and low wages, rather than by investing in additional means of production to raise productiveness. Somewhat later, when lords turned to domain leasing as they did throughout most of Western Europe from various points in the later Middle Ages, the tenant leasers who took over the operation of large farms followed the same strategy as their domain farming, landlord predecessors. Especially in the context of the new demographic upturn from the late 15th century, they, too, found that, rather than invest in equipping their labor force with greater amounts of plant and equipment, it made most sense to take advantage of the ever-growing supply of cheap labor provided by quasi-proletarianized peasants, who were under pressure not just from overpopulation but rising levels of taxation and who had no alternative source of employment. There was therefore no break toward improvement, even where, as in a significant part of France during the course of the 17th century, large tenant farms took over the cultivation of land hitherto farmed by small peasant owners. On the contrary, precisely because they did not carry out much investment, large commercial tenants tended to find themselves to be vulnerable to having their tenancies subdivided by their landlord and leased to small peasant leasers who could be expected to provide an even larger surplus as tenants than they did as wage laborers. Such a process was indeed common in late 17th century France, where, in an effort to combat falling rents, landlords replaced their laboureur tenant farmers by small peasant tenants, although only after expropriating much of those laboureurs' wealth to cover unpaid rental arrears. I did indeed argue that a more productive and collaborative relationship had by this time emerged between landlord and tenant in significant areas of England, helping to underwrite continuing development. Hoppenbrewers and vanzanden quote Cooper to the effect that, in so doing, I sound like a Tory apologist for English landlordism. But, no such thing is implied by my argument. My point is simply that, in the context of the different social property systems that had come to prevail, respectively, in England and France by the later 17th century, landlords in each place found it sensible to adopt different strategies to improve their incomes. In England, capitalist tenant farmers controlled a highly capital-intensive husbandry. Because the number of surrounding peasants had declined drastically, landlords were deprived of the option of turning to peasants needing additional land to make ends meet to lease their land at high rates of exploitation. Landlord incomes thus depended upon the competitive success of their tenants, and that success ultimately depended upon tenants' ability to invest in plant and equipment, including animals. In this situation, English landlords would have found that a resort to the kind of rent squeezing of tenants that was practiced by their counterparts in late 17th century France was counterproductive, but that advancing sums to help their tenants improve production and or get through bad years made good economic sense. By the same token, given that French large tenants engaged in little investment and secured their income precisely by taking advantage of the low wages and intensive labor of their land-hungry, semi-proletarianized peasant wage laborers, landlords needed to have few qualms about gouging those tenants and ultimately replacing them with peasants. The same general point holds, I think, for merchants and other townspeople who purchased land. These were, per se, neither progressive nor reactionary. As with landlords, the economic strategy that they chose in any given region could not be deduced from their nature, but only from the constraints imposed by the situation in which they found themselves, in particular, whether the system of social property relations best rewarded investment or rent squeezing. For social property relations and agrarian evolution in the Low Countries. What is the relevance of the foregoing considerations to historical processes of socio-economic development in the Low Countries? Here, of course, urban development was more intense than in any other region of Europe throughout the long epoch from the 9th and 10th centuries into the 18th. It was driven during the medieval period by the meteoric expansion of the Flemish textile export industries. It received a new impetus from the end of the Middle Ages from the rise of the Antwerp entrepot as well as Brabantine industry more generally, and, then, from the latter part of the 16th century, it was massively amplified by the Dutch urban commercio-industrial explosion. The outcome was great, sustained demand pressure on agriculture over a very extended period, the reply to which by Low Countries agriculturalists was, moreover, very much facilitated by their access to the international grain market. What I wish to bring out is that, even in this most urbanized and commercialized of all European territories, the incomparably powerful demand for agricultural goods could by itself in no way determine the nature and extent of the supply response of agriculture. On the contrary, the divergent responses to urban markets of the different districts of the Low Countries and the divergent paths taken, more generally, by those districts' rural sectors were respectively shaped by the systems of social property relations that had emerged in these districts. Lords and peasants, individually and collectively pursuing feudal goals by feudal means, brought about, by the later medieval period, the consolidation of different systems of social property relations in different districts of the Low Countries. In turn, the differing systems of social property relations that came to structure the economy of each district held the key to that district's subsequent agrarian productive trajectory. The powerful influence exerted by the established system of social property relations upon the long-term trajectory of agriculture can be seen most clearly in the archetypical districts of the southern and northern Low Countries regions, respectively, the inland south, and the maritime north. In these contrasting districts, following the disintegration of lordship/serfdom in both places fairly early in the medieval period, the success and failure, respectively, of peasants to consolidate property in their full means of subsistence conditioned diametrically opposed, classically peasant and classically capitalist, paths of agricultural development. In inland southern Low Countries, classically peasant social property relations issued in parcelization, diversification, and labor intensification, making for declining labor productivity, poverty, and restricted rural demand. By contrast, in the maritime northern Netherlands, producers' loss of possession of their means of subsistence, combined with their retention of their means of production, issued in socio-economic differentiation, specialization, and investment, making for rising labor productivity, prosperity, and fast-growing rural demand. Analogous results can also be gleaned, though admittedly less clearly and definitively, from other, non-classical districts of each region. In maritime southern Netherlands, in sharp contrast to the inland districts, the social property system that had consolidated itself by the later medieval period was dominated by large landowners who rented large plots to big tenants, with peasant possessors prevented from establishing much of a presence. The agricultural trajectory that thus resulted in this district was, in keeping with its capitalist social property framework, one of dynamic development. By contrast, in inland districts of the northern Low Countries, a recognizably feudal social property system emerged, dominated by peasants possessing their full means of subsistence and strong communities to defend their control over the land, as well as lords who took feudal rents. Here, despite the call of the Low Countries' urban markets, the direct producers continued to orient their arable production to diversification for subsistence so as to avoid subjection to the market and assure safety first, which prevented their offering much in the way of food surpluses to provision the towns. But having in this way avoided dependence on the market, these producers were nonetheless anxious to enhance their incomes from involvement in it. They therefore used their surplus resources, specifically unusually ample pastoral lands, to supplement their production for subsistence by producing and exporting horses and cattle to various markets throughout the Low Countries and beyond. In this setting, sending physical surpluses to the export market was thus the natural complement of production for subsistence. In what follows, I shall attempt to demonstrate this pattern for each of the aforementioned agrarian districts, then conclude the essay by asking about the implications of the diverging agrarian evolutions of the different districts of the Low Countries for overall economic development, and particularly the process of industrialization. 4.1. The inland southern Low Countries. 4.1.1. The consolidation of the peasant-dominated system of social property relations. What turned out to be the more or less permanent structure of social property relations in the Flemish countryside was established very early, and subsequent evolution over the late Middle Ages and the early modern period can be understood to a remarkable extent as a function of that structure. The county of Flanders was, with Anglo-Normandy and Catalonia and in a different way Germany, one of the handful of principalities to avoid the politico-economic disintegration that elsewhere accompanied the rise of banal lordship in Europe in the 10th and 11th centuries. In all of these places, princes prevented the breaking up or division of the power of the ban and continued to exercise authority themselves. Flanders thus assumed a place among the most powerful political entities of medieval Europe. Also, like the others, it witnessed, at least at first, the cohering, despite major intra-lordly struggles, of a relatively collaborative lordly class around the prince, specifically the Count of Flanders, whose political followers projected the Count's power throughout the land from town-based castles. Nevertheless, as Thien explains, the pattern of political organization of the Lords of Flanders ultimately diverged from that of Anglo-Norman England and Catalonia, as Flemish nobles sought from the early part of the 12th century to challenge the Count's hegemony, leading to the sort of competitive lordship that typified most of Western Europe in this epoch. What accounted for this turnaround, why the Flemish development diverged from the Anglo-Norman and Catalan, is not perhaps entirely clear, but it seems almost certainly to have been closely bound up with the town's enormous presence in this region as a source of both autonomous power and of income and wealth. The towns with their power and resources opened up to the Count of Flanders a range of political alternatives, in terms of alliances and strategies, such as were available to other princes in few, if any, other regions of medieval Europe outside of Italy. Simply put, the Count sought to build his own power by means of allying with the towns, leading to the weakening of the Flemish lordly class, with implications for the region's subsequent economic evolution. In the inland southern Low Countries, the classical domanial regime, which had in any case developed only to a limited extent during the Carolingian period, disintegrated in the course of the 10th and 11th century as a consequence of great seigneurs' inability, in the wake of the collapse of the Carolingian Empire, to maintain their domination over peasants. The latter asserted their freedom, achieving lightened dues and the right to inherit and subdivide. In response, insurgent banal lords sought to found a new mode of exploitation based on their direct domination by imposing newly privatized authority, and they might have succeeded over the longer term had they managed to maintain their cohesion through closer adherence to the count. But, as through most of 304 Europe, the divisions within the class of banal lords gave peasants a fundamental opening, room to maneuver that they never were able to enjoy in England or Catalonia before the 14th century. Peasants were advantaged further, as elsewhere, by lords' competition among themselves to attract them to newly reclaimed land, the lords' population policy. Peasants also benefited, at least early on, from the availability of plentiful unsettled land, which peasants themselves reclaimed from the wilderness, escaping in the process the claims of lordship. Finally, more substantial peasants were able to make use of the powers won by the towns by claiming the right of bourgeoisie foraine, which limited lords' judicial prerogatives, thus lordship, over them. The outcome, by the 13th century if not before, was that peasants, through village-by-village struggles for charters, by playing lords off one against another to secure improved tenures, by opening up new land themselves, and by exploiting lords' ever-present need for tenants for colonization, had, as had their counterparts throughout neighboring northwest France, forced lords to relinquish arbitrary levies, secured fixed dues and rights to inheritance, and, in the face of inflationary food and land markets, achieved what amounted to full property in their holdings. 4.1.2 A peasant-driven agrarian evolution. Flemish peasants' success in winning their freedom from serfdom and full property in their means of subsistence created the conditions for a classic process of peasant-driven economic evolution along the lines limned out earlier. The growth of population led to the opening up of new lands, the breakup of holdings, the partial loss of means of subsistence, and growing commercialization to compensate, with the latter taking place by way of the intensification of labor through the adoption of new labor-intensive crops and cottage industry, leading to the sacrifice of labor productivity in the interest of increasing the productivity of land and household. De facto peasant proprietorship and highly attenuated lordship enhanced the potential for population growth in the region. Demographic increase was further facilitated by urban markets, which offered peasants an opportunity to turn to commercial crops matched in few other places. By the end of the 13th century, the fragmentation of holdings, already a strong feature of the 12th century landscape, had thus been pursued to extremes, making for the densest occupation of the land in Europe of that period, manifested in the widespread prevalence of many holdings. Fewer than 30% of Flemish farms possessed a horse. In this context, there emerged the famous advanced husbandry of medieval Flanders. Flemish farmers pushed the intensification of cultivation to unparalleled levels, especially over the course of the 13th century, ultimately aided by increasing commercialization, which was itself facilitated by relatively easy access to grain imports. The old infield-outfield system disappeared, as the outfield was rendered indistinguishable from the infield. The three-field system, itself an expression of more intensive farming, was increasingly infringed upon, as fallows were increasingly cultivated. Fodder crops were also grown ever more widely, and peasants cultivated legumes like peas and vetches. Ultimately, peasants turned to flax, as well as to dyes, such as madder and woad, required as raw materials by the growing urban textile production. 305. There can be no doubt that an extraordinary transformation through technical innovation took place in the inland Flemish countryside during the later 12th and 13th century. But we should be careful about assessing its significance. The changes entailed have sometimes been called an agricultural revolution, but this term must be used with caution. The new techniques were no doubt made viable by the rise of urban consumer and producer demand to levels which had no parallel elsewhere, and would have been impossible to introduce without the extraordinary urban industrial expansion. On the other hand, from the standpoint of the countryside, they were not so much the cause as the consequence of the demographic explosion of the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries. The yields of 20 high/ha not therefore the effect of an imperious demand. they the result of the efforts of the peasants to cultivate well land that was their gagne-pain. The new techniques thus enabled farmers to secure ever-increasing value from their land, but at the expense of proportionally even greater additions of labor input. Gains in land productivity were thus won at the cost of even greater losses in labor productivity. They were achieved by peasants aiming to take advantage of growing markets, not so much to maximize profits by raising their price-cost ratios, as to secure subsistence under conditions where their plots had become too small to allow them to produce it directly themselves. As part and parcel of the same process by which they were obliged to intensify their agricultural labor and to accept lower rewards for it, peasants also turned to domestic industry, especially in areas just outside the towns. Already in the 13th century, peasants are found producing cheaper, coarser sorts of woolens, notably in the outskirts of Courtrai and Lille, but also elsewhere. And from the end of the 14th century, there is also the rise of linen industry in the environs of Ghent. In all these areas the motivation to take up domestic industry was the same, to supplement, under the whip of parcelization of holdings leading to ever smaller plots, the earnings of commercial agriculture by making even more thorough use of the household labor supply in order to eke out subsistence. In typical villages, alongside the sea of peasant small and many holdings, there existed one or a few large farms that might occupy as much land as all of the peasant holdings taken together. These often originated as old monorealdemes, which were, from the second half of the 13th century, for the most part leased out to large tenant farmers. Additional large holdings were created in the late 14th and 15th century, especially in the wake of the population downturn and desertion of farms, and these, too, were generally leased out. There is little evidence, however, that these larger holdings were the scene of much in the way of investment. Instead, the weight of the peasantry was telling. With huge numbers of peasants having little choice but to accept low wages and intensify labor to make ends meet, large tenant farmers like domain farmers throughout Europe in this period, whether landlords or leasers, appear to have eschewed any major turn to more capital-intensive husbandry in order to maximize returns by organizing production so as to increase the labor-capital ratio. By the same token, the plethora of land-hungry peasants anxious to lease smaller parcels to make ends meet, clearly weakened the position of the larger tenants by forcing up the price of land, obliging the latter to accept more onerous terms from landlords than they would otherwise have had to, as condition for taking up their leases. By the late 13th and early 14th century, Flemish lords appear to have begun to experience the same sort of crisis of seigneurial revenues as was widespread among their counterparts at this time in neighboring northern and western France, and throughout most of Europe. They did enjoy increasing returns from their leasehold farms. But they nonetheless experienced increasing indebtedness as a consequence of the need to make ever greater expenditures on luxury and military consumption, in the face of their incapacity to raise feudal dues to adjust to inflation, as well as the exhaustion of the opportunities to reclaim new land. Lords' income in real terms dropped, and they sought, in compensation, to impose novel levies on the peasantry. Flanders was thus the scene of a version of the seigneurial reaction that struck wide swathes of Western Europe at various points in the 14th century. It was also the scene of the initial rise of roughly the same sort of tax office state that began simultaneously to emerge under similar conditions of weakened local lords and strong possessing peasantry in neighboring France. In response, as elsewhere too, peasants rose in a series of revolts, notably the large-scale rising of 1323 to 1327, which brought about the effective end of feudal lordship in Flanders. During the later 14th and 15th centuries, large landowners took advantage of the population fall-off to add unoccupied peasant holdings to their farms, increasing the weight in the countryside of big farms and larger tenants. With the rising land-labor ratio now pushing wages up and tipping the terms of trade in favor of animal over and against bread grain production, they also found reason to raise investment and to increase labor-extensive pasture production at the expense of labor-intensive arable. In these circumstances, there was also a different kind of inducement than previously to adopt the new husbandry. Nevertheless, with the turn of the conjuncture, which was delayed in Flanders until as late as 1500, the secular trends previously associated with the phase of the medieval economy reasserted themselves. Peasant holdings became ever smaller under the pressure of parcelization on inheritance. Especially after around 1600, moreover, as a result of both subdivision and increasing levels of taxation, Flemish peasants gradually were obliged to yield ever more of the land they owned and to take up leases instead, so that the proportion of land in the hands of leaseholders compared to owner-operators grew steadily. Still, there was no tendency to the build-up of ever larger leaseholdings. On the contrary, peasants showed that they could compete with larger farmers in the market for leases, and the proportion of leased land in the hands of small and many leaseholders actually grew, as landowners saw that peasant tenants who intensified their labor and reduced their consumption levels could pay a higher rent per acre than could farmer tenants with the potential to invest. Even if capital investing farmer tenants could increase labor productivity more than could peasants, peasant tenants could outcompete them for leases by offering landlords a larger share of what might have been a smaller pie by adding labor inputs and lowering their effective earnings. 307. Over the long run, then, surpluses that could be produced by lowering living standards and intensifying labor were higher than could be secured through increasing the capital-to-labor ratio. As Thien shows, there is, in secular terms, a close correlation between the rise of land productivity and fall of labor productivity. This was very much facilitated by peasants' turn to the new husbandry. Moreover, small and many tenants improved their ability to compete for leases by adding the benefits of proto-industry. In this context, extensive land purchases by the bourgeoisie could in no way reverse the direction of the agrarian evolution. For townspeople who bought land, like anyone else in their position, would find that they could secure the highest rents, not by seeing to the increase of investment in agricultural plant and equipment, but through the hyper-exploitation of a massive semi-proletarianized peasantry that was stuck on the land and with nowhere else to go. The rise of the Flemish peasants' productiveness and competitiveness was thus part and parcel of their declining living standards. In the words of Schleicher van Bath, the rise of intensive husbandry in Flanders was not a picture of wealth, but of scarcely controlled poverty. The cause was the necessity to eke out a living for an increased and dense population. As van der Wee accounts for the rise of proto-industry, it should be viewed as an autonomous response of an area trapped in a cycle of relative overpopulation and the ensuing parceling out of agricultural land and pressure on agricultural income, coupled with the inability of the surrounding towns to absorb emigration from the countryside. 4.2. The maritime northern Low Countries. The evolution of agriculture and the emergence of a significant non-agricultural and urban population in the maritime northern Netherlands followed a trajectory heavily influenced by the process of reclaiming land at the sea-fringed margin of the European land mass. Asterisk. In terms of character and timing, the region traversed a path that was unique in medieval Europe. Because recovering the land in this waterlogged terrain was a slow and difficult process, and the peasants who undertook it were hard to dominate and exploit, feudal lords were not strongly attracted to the region. Consequently, and in contrast with the experience of most of the rest of feudal Europe, lordly initiatives and lordly demand played little part in calling into existence towns, trade, or industry. Indeed, precisely because feudal lordship was so weak, towns as centers of luxury and military production for the European ruling class, such as found their apotheosis in the medieval southern Low Countries and in Italy, were largely absent from the medieval maritime northern Netherlands. On the contrary, a significant labor force outside of agriculture within towns seems to have begun to emerge only extremely late, during the second half of the 14th century, when what turned out to be a very large and rapidly growing part of the rural population suddenly found itself, due to profound ecological disruptions, unable to make a living by arable farming and compelled to find productive activities in which they could successfully compete on the market. Unlike anywhere else in Europe, the subjection of the agricultural producers to dependence on the market and the rise of a large market-dependent population involved in trade and industry in towns occurred to a very great extent as part of a single process of agrarian transformation. The emergence, on the one hand, of Dutch cloth making, brewing, shipping, shipbuilding, and peat digging, much of which was oriented to export, and, on the other, of Dutch dairy and cattle raising, were thus two sides of the same extraordinary process of ecologically driven separation of the direct producers from their means of subsistence, leading to the transition to capitalism, and they must be understood together. 4.2.1 The transition to capitalist social property relations in the countryside. A. The weakness and disintegration of surplus extraction by extra-economic coercion. The maritime provinces of the northern Low Countries were not totally lacking in institutions of lordship in the medieval period. In expanding their power in the region during the 13th century, the Counts of Holland, as Hoppenbrouwers emphasizes, could not but depend on noble followers, whom they had, in some way, to endow with land and rights in the area. Nevertheless, because peasants dominated the colonizing process, especially on the peat lands, which initially covered more than half of the territory of the region, seigneurial influence was never strong, and turned out to be ephemeral. In the northernmost parts of this district, which were colonized by the Frisians, the areas now known as West Friesland, Friesland, and Groningen feudal seigneuries were unknown, and the same was pretty much true for the northernmost parts of Holland itself. The Counts of Holland did claim the vast tracts of peat bog, which covered most of central Holland, and played an indispensable part in initiating the process of their reclamation during the medieval period, just as did the Bishop of Utrecht in the peatlands of his district. But, while continuing to exercise political hegemony in these areas, especially through the control of justice, the Count and the Bishop sold their land to nobles and clerics, who in turn granted it to settlers, while retaining, in some cases, limited rights of jurisdiction and privileges to operate ferries and mills, erect bridges, to fish and the like. In the peatlands, peasants thus assumed essentially untrammeled property in land, in the form of farms typically of 16 to 18 hectares. Since it was the peasants themselves who undertook the process of tearing the land from the peat marshes, they could, no more than in other regions where peasants opened up the land, be easily subjected to lordly feudal exactions. It should be added that, in the process of colonizing the district, and especially in defending their land from incursions by the surrounding rivers and the sea, peasants not only formed village communities that assumed extensive local jurisdictional rights and administrative powers, but also developed, often in cooperation with the seigneurs, their own institutions for water management. These associations could not but have increased their ability to organize themselves against unwanted lordly demands. The upshot was that feudal lordship, in the sense of lordly surplus extraction by extra-economic compulsion, could barely be said to have existed in this maritime section of the northern Netherlands, and quickly vanished. By the 14th century, the peasants held ownership of the overwhelming majority of land in the reclaimed peatlands. B. The short-circuiting of peasant possession of the means of subsistence. As throughout medieval Western Europe, peasants' purpose in opening up the land of the maritime northern Low Countries to cultivation was to establish arable production, to make it possible to directly produce the run of goods they needed to maintain themselves. In fact, they succeeded fairly well in setting up arable farms on the previously uninhabited peatland, which yielded regular harvests of bread grains like wheat and rye. Nevertheless, starting as early as the 13th century, the very winning of the land for cultivation set in motion an extended process of ecological degradation that would end up undermining the very foundations of arable farming. Reclamation naturally issued in the lowering of the groundwater level. The higher-lying peatlands that were thereby exposed to the atmosphere were thus subject to aeration, which caused the peat to oxidize, become more compact, and begin to settle. The peasants were obliged to try to defend these lands against the surrounding rivers, with their relatively higher water levels. The problem was made more acute due to the rise of the sea water level after 1350, the so-called late medieval transgression, which resulted in a sharp increase in the number of storm tides and river floods. A true agricultural crisis ensued after 1400, in which the peat soils, due to their continuing subsidence, as well as assaults from surrounding bodies of water, became too moist to allow the continuation of arable production. The consequences of this undermining of arable production were nothing short of revolutionary. The farmers in Holland were virtually forced to shift to cattle farming and or to the extensive cultivation of summer grains, since it became impossible to cultivate bread grain. This forced transition definitively closed off the prospect of subsistence farming for Holland's peasants. Through ecological processes strikingly analogous in their effect to the so-called primitive accumulation that deprived agricultural producers of their land in England, Dutch peasants were thus separated from direct access to their means of subsistence. Paradoxically, in the peatlands of maritime northern Netherlands, this separation of the agricultural producers from the means of subsistence most often took place in the face of the agricultural producers' continued ownership of the land. The same process of ecological degradation that deprived the peatlands of sufficient fertility to support diversified, arable production thus deprived the peasants of their means of subsistence, despite their continuing land ownership. The agricultural producers of the peatlands were thus forced into dependence upon the market for their inputs, thereby subjected to competitive production, and obliged, as a result, to enter into lines in which they could hold their own in terms of price-cost maximization. The peasants of the maritime northern Low Countries had had no intention of bringing about a transition from pre-capitalism to capitalism. But, as an unintended consequence of the acts of reclamation by which, in keeping with feudal toolies for reproduction, they had sought to extend cultivation for the purpose of production for subsistence onto terrain at the ecological margins of the European feudal economy, they ended up undercutting the ability of the soil to support production for subsistence and transforming themselves into market-dependent capitalist farmers. Registered 4.2.2 From capitalist social property relations to economic development. It is difficult to exaggerate how distinctive, indeed extraordinary, was the economic transformation thus entailed for the late medieval maritime northern Low Countries. At this juncture, in the wake of the late medieval population catastrophes, classical subsistence peasants throughout most of the rest of Western Europe were experiencing a golden age, in which they gained possession of large plots that enabled them not only to diversify for subsistence/safety first, but to produce in addition significant surpluses to send to market. But, in sharp contrast, the agriculturalists of the maritime northern Netherlands were experiencing an iron age in which they were compelled to compete or go under. They now had to buy, rather than directly produce, the bread grains they needed to survive, so were obliged to find products that they could successfully sell on the market. That they would be able to do so, was not a foregone conclusion. As it turned out, they were able successfully to switch into more labor and land-extensive breeding of cattle and production of dairy products, as well as the growing summer grains to supply the nascent beer industry, because they had the good fortune to find huge markets for all these products in the great towns of neighboring Brabant and Flanders. In this process, their way was very much smoothed, especially as time progressed, by the meteoric rise of the trade for rye from East Albion Europe, which made for increasingly low food prices not only for themselves but for most of the region's population, thereby increasing the discretionary income available to buy their output. From the very beginning, then, Dutch commercial farmers were not only reliant upon their domestic market, but heavily dependent as well upon the European feudal world market. The fact remains that in the initial phases of the agrarian transformation probably a majority of the farmers were unable to muster sufficient levels of productivity to secure a full living on the basis of their dairy and livestock production. They were therefore obliged to take up a wide variety of additional, complementary pursuits in their ample free time in order to make ends meet, including shipbuilding, freshwater fishing, brickmaking, and the like. It cannot be overstressed, however, that these were all, in keeping with their market dependence, commercially oriented, not subsistence oriented. Meanwhile, a huge and growing part of the population was obliged to leave agriculture entirely, and seek its fortune in other lines. Their doing so successfully required discovering already existing demand that they could supply at a competitive rate. The producers of the northern Netherlands could not yet have possessed skill advantages in many industries. On the other hand, they did possess other kinds of supply-side advantages vis-a-vis rivals elsewhere in Europe, especially the southern Netherlands. First, because so much of the population had been so rapidly separated from their means of subsistence in the maritime northern Netherlands, the labor market was loose and wages were relatively quite low and falling. This was all the more the case because almost everywhere else wages were at this point unusually high and rising, as the sharp late medieval decline in population had made land widely accessible, leading to tight labor markets. Second, as merchants and shippers built up what came to be the enormous trade in grain from Eastern Europe, the non-agricultural population of the maritime northern Netherlands enjoyed the powerful subsidy to their living standards derived from food grain prices that eventually dropped well below those anywhere else in Europe. As to demand, the producers of the maritime northern Low Countries were fortunate in both the timing and location of the agrarian crisis and transformation. As a consequence of the generalized fall in grain prices during the late medieval period following the demographic downturn, discretionary expenditure could grow dramatically in many places, especially in the urban areas of the southern Low Countries, where the huge concentration of middle-class consumers constituted the perfect market for the sort of non-luxury, not high-skill requiring goods that the producers of the maritime northern Netherlands could make. The subsequent process of interconnected agricultural, industrial, and commercial development, in which the expansion of one industry tended to bring increased demand and lower costs for others, could hardly have been more capitalist in its essence, despite the fact that it was pursued at a relatively primitive level in terms of productiveness. Dairy farmers sending their output to the southern Netherlands helped provide revenues to pay for grain imports. So did inhabitants carving out inland waterways to attract foreign commerce and shipping to and from the North Sea region, the German Rhineland and Flanders and Brabant. The growth of the grain trade, as well as inland fishing, which was itself facilitated by the improvement of inland waterways, fostered the growth of shipping, shipbuilding, and ocean fishing, which, over time, became internationally competitive. The shift to summer grain stimulated the development of a local brewing industry, which ultimately entered into exports. Finally, it cannot be overstressed that the very separation of a growing part of the population from their means of subsistence and its corresponding turn to the market in order to secure the goods and services needed for survival created a large consumer demand in multiple lines. This may have helped initially in fostering a local cloth industry that eventually also became capable of exporting. All told, the transition was cataclysmic. By 1350, some 23% of the population of Holland was located in the towns, already a very high proportion, given how almost totally agricultural had been the economy just a half-century earlier. By 1500, the proportion had reached almost 50%. Over the course of the early modern epoch, the imposition of competitive production on agriculture as an effect of the emergence of capitalist social property relations, in the context of growing domestic and external demand, brought a process of real economic development in the countryside that was in sharp contrast with the peasant-driven evolution simultaneously taking place in neighboring inland southern Netherlands under similarly intense market pressures. In the areas reclaimed from the peatlands, in the early 16th century, the typical dairy farmer on large plots of 16 to 18 hectares could not come close to absorbing the full family labor force, due to poor drainage. On the other hand, to have subdivided holdings on inheritance as in the past would have been entirely counterproductive, for it would have drastically undermined the farm's competitive potential. The subsequent period thus saw a classical process of socio-economic differentiation, in which already substantial farms, rather than being subdivided as in the peasant-dominated inland southern Netherlands, were held together and even grew, providing an adequate site for long-term processes of investment, specialization, and improvement. It is true that farms in the peatlands did not generally become all that large, since economies of scale in land in livestock and dairying were, past a certain point, quite minimal. Even so, they by and large dwarfed their counterparts in the inland southern Netherlands, and furnished the base for the exploitation of scale economies in farm plant and equipment. Meanwhile, a fully fledged proletariat was completely separated from agriculture and the land, and obliged to find non-agricultural employment elsewhere. 313. It should be emphasized that processes rather analogous to those that took place on the peatlands, also occurred on the more fertile clayey soils to be found along the coasts and along the inland rivers, classically in coastal Frisia, where farming by large tenants on commercial leases had come to prevail. In these places, the pressures entailed by market-dependent competitive production induced, to a much greater extent than in dairying on the peatlands, a secular trend toward the beating out of smaller by larger producers, a process that was accelerated with farmers' increasing turn to arable production in response to the rising food grain prices of the 16th century. The picture that emerges is one of large-scale investment on large farms, leading to ever greater specialization in high-value crops, and the dramatic introduction of agricultural improvements, highlighted by the bringing in of new nitrogen-fixing crops. Here, once again, the market dependence of the direct, commercial tenant producers combined with the lack of opportunity for rent squeezing provided the fundamental condition for real development. Those farmers that ultimately won out did so, throughout the maritime northern Netherlands, by pursuing specialization to the greatest possible extent. They focused on particular agricultural products and shed all non-agricultural sidelines. This they accomplished by making ever greater investments on improving the land, farm buildings, agricultural implements, and so on. They had no possibility, it should be stressed, of engaging in the sort of labor or rent squeezing pursued by their counterparts in the inland southern Netherlands, for there was no mass of semi-landed/semi-proletarianized peasants stuck on the land in need of rounding out their means of subsistence by taking up wage labor or leasing a plot. On the contrary, as part and parcel of the deepening processes of specialization through investment that drove the economy, landless proletarians were drawn to rural towns, where they were employed in industries and services that catered to the growing demand of the farmers of the area. Moreover, as De Vries and van der Woud emphasize, the Dutch countryside distinguished itself from just about everywhere else in Europe by producing for the market a full range of specialized, intermediate inputs for agriculture that in most other places had to be produced directly by the agriculturalists who used them. Ultimately, in the 17th century, wealthy citizens from the towns helped to bring the process of agricultural development in the maritime northern Netherlands to a culmination. In contrast to their counterparts in the inland south who entered the countryside mainly as rentiers, but in keeping with the requirements of profit-making in this region where improvement and investment were indispensable for competitive survival, they organized huge, capital-intensive reclamation projects, which made for massive additions to the maritime northern Netherlands cultivable land. When deep depression gripped the northern Netherlands after about 1660 or 1670, as a consequence of the development of the general, European-wide crisis of the 17th century, the response of Dutch agriculture showed how entrenched the capitalist dynamic had become. With agricultural prices collapsing, tenants often could not pay their rents. In this situation, landlords realized that if their farms were to maintain their competitiveness, there was often no alternative but to accept a build-up of arrears or simply lower rents, and to subsidize capital investment on the farms. Alternatively, they expelled their failing tenants and built up even larger farms in search of additional scale economies, renting their plots to bigger, richer tenants. These processes were in sharp contrast to developments in most of France or the inland southern Netherlands in this period, where landlords tended to divide up plots and rent them out to semi-landless peasants in need of tenancies. But they were very similar to those simultaneously taking place in the capitalist agriculture of England, where capital investment, landlord subsidies of tenants, and the build-up of even larger farms were normal responses to the low agricultural prices of this period. 4.2.3 The economic trajectory of the maritime northern Netherlands, conflicting interpretations. The broad outlines presented above of the evolution of the countryside in the maritime northern Netherlands do not seem controversial. Nevertheless, their interpretation remains highly contested. A. Merchant capitalism based on proto-industrialization. Jan Lutten van Zanden has understood the Dutch evolution as a case of merchant capitalism, The first phase of capitalist development. Van Zanden understands merchant capitalism as distinguished by its inability to advance the productive forces and therefore dependent for its capacity to underwrite economic expansion upon access to labor power that could be purchased below its cost of reproduction. From that perspective, he interprets the early modern Dutch economy as having gone through two phases. In the initial phase, it achieved success and dynamism because it could root itself in proto-industry. In the second phase, it experienced an impasse because proto-industry was obliged to give way to the rise of specialized agriculture in the countryside and specialized industry in the towns. According then to Van Zanden, the Dutch rural economy could grow dynamically throughout the 16th century because, based in proto-industry, it could benefit from secularly low wages. Because cottage industry brought high fertility, it made for rapid demographic growth and a permanently overstocked labor market. Because cottage industry meant the merger of industry with other rural by-employments, returns from agriculture subsidized rural industrialists' living standards, allowing merchants to pay industrial wages below the cost of workers' reproduction. But the very process of development deprived it of its own essential material base. Especially after 1580, fast-growing agriculture investment brought specialization, separating industrial workers from agriculture and reducing them to full proletarian status. The high fertility regime was now left behind and merchants had to pay workers' wages commensurate with their full cost of reproduction. As a consequence, Dutch proto-industry lost its primary condition for existence. Low wages and economic decline became unavoidable. Now, Van Zanden is entitled to define proto-industrialization as he pleases. Nevertheless, in extending its purview to the Dutch case and in thereby treating the Dutch and Flemish cases under the same rubric, he seems to me to blur a fundamental distinction, with vast conceptual consequences. What defines proto-industrialization in its classical form, such as was found in medieval and early modern Flanders, and what endows classical proto-industrialization with its distinct dynamic, is its association with the possessing peasantry and the latter's distinctive pattern of economic reproduction. As emphasized, peasants subordinated price-cost maximization to the goals not only of production for subsistence/safety first, but having large families, subdividing holdings, and permitting early marriage. Peasants' initial turn to industry tended to occur, therefore, not as a response to opportunities created by urban market demand under competitive pressure to maximize returns, but as an effort to maintain living standards as plots became ever smaller as a result of subdivision. In turn, by the time that the further pulverization of holdings effectively separated peasants from their means of subsistence and subjected them to competitive pressures to survive, they had generally seen their economic resources so reduced that, as a rule, they had no possibility of responding through investing so as to increase labor productivity, but were required to do so through reducing their own wages and living standards and intensifying labor through pushing diversification to its limit. Flemish proto-industry does, then, in sharp contrast to Dutch industry, seem to have expanded more or less indefinitely, involving an ever-growing population of peasants ever more profoundly. But far from having underpinned a developmental trajectory that was more positive or self-sustaining than that of the Dutch, its main accomplishment and main raison d'être appears to have been to make possible the survival of those ever more numerous peasants, who could offer neither the agricultural surpluses nor the domestic market to support a true process of industrialization, which would have been distinguished by its movement of an ever greater proportion of the labor force out of agriculture and off the land. The process that occurred in Holland could not have been more diametrically opposed. It did, as Van Zanden emphasizes, involve at the start the widespread combination of agricultural with non-agricultural pursuits, but with a fundamental difference. Because the maritime Dutch agriculturalists had been separated from direct access to their means of subsistence, they were from the first dependent upon the market in all of their activities, dairying and breeding, as well as the multifarious proto-industrial activities that Van Zanden rightly notes were initially associated with them, including fishing, small-scale shipping services and peat digging. As a consequence, to stay in business they had to maximize the combined price-cost ratio for the multiple pursuits they brought together within their enterprises. For this reason, it does not seem appropriate to see agriculture as subsidizing industry, as Van Zanden would like to on the analogy with the subsistence agriculture of classical proto-industrialization. Not only did the owners of the combined agricultural industrial firms have to secure returns from the market on the sum of their activities, agricultural and industrial, sufficient to fully guarantee the full cost of their reproduction. In addition, to stay in business as competitive dairy farmers or cattle 3. breeders, they had to make a surplus to invest. Thus, the long-term pattern in the maritime northern Netherlands entailed the eschewing of subdivision of holdings, the deepening of specialization, and the shedding of non-agricultural pursuits, all of which was only made possible by rather impressive amounts of investing. In sharp contrast, the participants in the classical proto-industrial enterprise of inland Flanders could indeed accept a wage way below their cost of reproduction for their industrial labor because they were securing the remainder of their reproductive requirements beyond the market from their subsistence plots. But even leaving aside the technical question of whether agriculture somehow subsidized the industrial wage in combined agricultural/rural industrial enterprises, it is difficult to grasp the basis for Van Zanden's argument concerning the indispensability of proto-industry in the first, successful stage of Dutch development. This is because it seems fairly clear not only that merchants had, from the start, to pay Dutch workers outside of the countryside in the towns their full cost of reproduction, but that their doing so posed no problem for Dutch economic growth. By 1500, the maritime northern Netherlands must already have housed a rather massive class of fully fledged proletarians, totally dependent upon wage labor. As a result of the same late medieval agrarian development that undermined arable production on the peatlands, a large part of the population had been not only forced into livestock, dairy farming, and the like, but separated from agriculture entirely. Half the population resided in the towns and another significant fraction lived apart from the land in the countryside. Some of these people must have owned means of production of some sort, but a large proportion must have been fully fledged proletarians, their employment therefore fully capitalist in the technical sense of the word. No doubt, the workers of the maritime northern Netherlands, initially in massive oversupply in the wake of the subsidence of the peat and the collapse of arable farming, earned low wages, at least by Flemish standards. But unlike the real proto-industrial peasantry, they had to be paid at least their full costs of reproduction. As time went on moreover, and especially as the pace of capital accumulation sharply accelerated after 1580, the demand for labor sharply increased, bringing the level of Dutch wages during the first half of the 17th century well above those anywhere else in Europe. But high wages hardly spelled disaster. Quite the contrary. Over the same period exports rose, attesting to the capacity of Van Zanden's merchant capitalism to raise productivity in keeping with rising labor costs. Rising wages must indeed have contributed rather significantly to the economy's growth, for so long as they were offset by rising productivity and were thereby prevented from squeezing profits, and so long as the products that were produced could find sufficient demand, rising wages could provide the sort of dynamic domestic market available in few if any other locations in Europe in this period. In addition, rising wages must have spurred the substitution of capital for labor, the introduction of labor-saving technological changes that, in many instances, must have accelerated the growth of overall productivity. 317. B. Capitalist development based on the peasantry. Jan de Vries chides me for denying that the Dutch case could stand as a model for peasant-based agrarian capitalism. He charges me with doubting on conceptual grounds that the peasantry could provide a base for capitalist development and with affirming on empirical grounds that Dutch agriculture could develop because it was based on farmers, not peasants. In direct contrast, de Vries denies that small peasant property formed an obstacle to rural capitalist development and argues that what the maritime Dutch case reveals is that peasants could participate actively in the construction of a capitalist economy. I cannot but plead guilty to affirming the propositions attributed to me by de Vries. In my opinion, they are indispensable to understanding the modern Dutch developmental trajectory that de Vries himself, and in collaboration with van der Waal, has so effectively charted. De Vries distinguishes, in theory, two models of development from a smallholder base, the peasant model and the specialization model. But, as Hoppenbrouwers rightly observes, although de Vries clearly describes two distinct trajectories, he does not specify under what conditions we should, as a rule, expect each of them to prevail. It is therefore not surprising that when de Vries characterizes Dutch development as following the specialization model, he is inexplicit about the reasons for its doing so. Since his peasant model entails diversification, subdivision of holdings, and declining productivity growth, de Vries might have been expected to account for the Dutch economies following the specialization model as opposed to the peasant model in terms of its non-peasant agriculturalists. This is especially so since, by insisting on seeing not just his peasant model, but also his specialization model, as based on peasants, he introduces more than a small bit of confusion. For just what is peasantish about the peasant model, if the specialization model can be equally peasant? But, de Vries is adamant that the agriculturalists responsible for Dutch development were in fact peasants. It is therefore perfectly clear that de Vries' explanation of the Dutch economies taking the specialization path has nothing to do with the dominance of non-peasants as opposed to peasants, but is ultimately and classically a Smithian explanation. According to de Vries, the prevalence of two fundamental conditions thus determined this outcome: I. Dutch agriculturalists were free from feudalism, and the forms of coercive extraction, threats to property rights, and limitations on personal freedom associated with feudalism. 2. Dutch agriculturalists were presented with powerful demand for their goods from urban centers at home and abroad. As de Vries and van der Waal put it, society existed in a post-feudal, pre-capitalist situation. The demographic expansion and new commercial possibilities that grew in strength from the end of the 15th into the 16th century triggered a forceful response. Two things are once again decisive for de Vries: socio-political freedom, and market opportunity. The question, however, that immediately imposes itself is twofold: I. Whether freedom and the market are in general sufficient to set peasants on a path toward development, and 2. Whether this was in fact the Dutch road to the first modern economy. If peasants could have been expected to take the capitalist road to modern economic development wherever they were offered sufficient market incentives and were not prevented from responding to these incentives by feudal barriers, it would be hard to understand the agrarian evolution of the inland southern Netherlands and, in particular, why this region did not embark on the trajectory specified by the specialization model. Lordship had ceased to be a factor in Flanders at approximately the same time it had in the maritime northern Netherlands, and the impact of urban demand on agriculture in the inland southern Netherlands was, for a whole epoch extending right through the 16th century, far more intense than in the northern Netherlands, indeed probably the most intense in all of Europe*. But it should not, at this point, need much reiteration that, under precisely the sort of post-feudal and pre-capitalist conditions that de Vries sees as having been so promising for economic development in the maritime northern Netherlands, the inland southern Netherlands experienced not economic development, but economic stagnation, perhaps involution, and 2. The peasant-dominated system of social property relations that prevailed in inland Flanders, with its associated peasant rules for reproduction, accounts for that stagnationary pattern, as it led to population growth, the subdivision of holdings, declining living standards, the intensification of labor through the turn to labor-intensive commercial crops and cottage industry, and the sacrifice of labor productivity for land productivity. Pace de Vries' small peasant property, properly understood, did thus form an obstacle for change. By the same token, it is simply not the case that the Dutch agriculturalists who took the capitalist road were peasants in any helpful sense of the term. During much of the medieval period, at least through the first part of the 14th century, Dutch agriculturalists generally did possess the means of subsistence and therefore can properly be termed peasants. But, throughout this period, the maritime northern Netherlands were chiefly distinguished by a jack of response to commercial opportunities. Its peasantry did, moreover, have to be short-circuited if development was to take place. It was thus only after they had found themselves forcibly separated from direct, non-market access to their means of subsistence that Dutch agriculturalists were prepared to embark upon the path to modern development that De Vries quite properly attributes to them. But this did not happen before the late Middle Ages, when the peasantry's attempts to continue to carry out arable farming for subsistence on the peat soils brought about its own self-undermining through its loss of its means of subsistence as a consequence of the subsidence of the peat. At that point, agriculturalists of the peat lands did take the specialization path, not because they were peasants who were free from feudal constraints and who had access to ample market demand. This after all had been equally true of their brethren to the south who took a very different path, but because they had ceased to be peasants. Having been rendered market-dependent producers who were obliged to buy their basic needs on the market, they were compelled to specialize, accumulate, and innovate in order to survive in the face of competitive pressure. Dutch owner-operator agriculturalists did not, then, freely choose to embark on the road to capitalism. They were coerced to do so, both coerced to become farmers and coerced to act like farmers. They were forced into market dependency by their forced separation from the means of subsistence under the pressure of ecological degradation. They were impelled by their subjection to productive competition, which resulted from their market dependence, to invest so as to specialize in order to survive. Had they managed to hold on to their means of subsistence, i.e. maintain their status as peasants, there is no reason to assume that they would have embarked on De Vries's specialization path, and the Dutch agricultural trajectory would have almost certainly have turned out very different. As it was, there was a breakthrough to economic development in the agriculture of the maritime northern Netherlands because, as an unintended consequence of peasants seeking to reproduce themselves through peasant rules for reproduction, there was a transition from pre-capitalist agrarian social property relations to capitalist social property relations. 4.3. Maritime Flanders and Zeeland. The economic evolution of the maritime district of the southern Netherlands was as different from that of the inland region of the southern Netherlands, as was that of the inland region of the southern Netherlands from that of the maritime district of the northern Netherlands. Indeed, much like the coastal areas of the northern Netherlands, maritime Flanders and Zeeland saw their economic trajectory dually shaped, first, by the reclamation processes by which it was torn from, and kept from, the sea, and second, by its capacity to take advantage of the huge markets in the nearby towns of Flanders and Brabant. The outcome was, as in the maritime northern Netherlands, the transcendence, indeed complete bypassing of both lordly surplus extraction by extra economic coercion and peasant possession. What emerged from the start was a peculiarly modern, capitalist system of social property relations, which constituted the foundation for a long-term process of agricultural improvement. 4.3.1. The consolidation of large-scale, commercial tenantry in the late Middle Ages. Maritime Flanders appears to have been at least partially reclaimed from the sea at a very early date. Already in the 10th century, peasants are found keeping large herds of sheep in the dune-protected salt marshes, supplying wool for the nascent Ghent cloth industry. The initial settlement pattern was, however, disrupted by a long series of storm surges, which opened the way, ultimately, to a total transformation of the social property arrangements in the area. The Count of Flanders, along with lordly followers, led the new reclamation process, constructing major dikes, locks, and the like to protect the territory from the sea. Having established themselves in this manner as large landowners, the Count and his associates faced a distinctive set of constraints and opportunities, arising from their position within a late developing district, at the geographical, socio-political, and economic margin of medieval Europe. On the one hand, because they had to entice cultivators to settle the area, they were unable to subject them to any sort of feudal controls, especially in view of the high degree of freedom already secured by the peasantry throughout the whole Netherlands region, north and south. They could thus in no way enjoy the fruits of feudal surplus extraction by extra economic coercion from unserved, possessing peasants. On the other hand, because they owned the land outright and because their districts had easy access to the great, already existing markets in tenants and commodities of inland Flanders and Brabant, they could, from the start, seek to devote it to commercial farming. Because, finally, the area, as newly reclaimed by themselves, was devoid of the sort of semi-proletarianized, land-hungry agriculturalists that emerged in peasant-dominated inland Flanders, they had no choice but to either farm their demesnes themselves or to lease them out to large, market-dependent tenants with the capacity to invest. In so doing, they established, willy-nilly, a system of capitalist social property relations, opening the way to agricultural transformation. A similar landholding pattern, with similar results, came to prevail by the later Middle Ages in the neighboring coastal region of Zeeland, although its origins have still to be researched. 4.3.2 _ A capitalist developmental trajectory. With their late medieval legacy of what can only be called capitalist social property relations, maritime Flanders and Zeeland distinguished themselves fundamentally from inland Flanders, with its peasant-dominated social property system, and these districts experienced an economic evolution that sharply contrasted with the peasant-driven pattern that prevailed in inland Flanders. By the middle of the 16th century, leases covered 70% to 90% of the land of maritime Flanders. Dependent as they thus were on the market for their central input, i.e. their land, tenants had little choice but to maximize their price-cost ratio, so as to remain competitive for their leases. Given the absence from the region of a large semi-landless peasantry, successful competition required regular and substantial investment to improve labor productivity. Perhaps the most striking outcome was a process of concentration of holdings, which was of course just the opposite of the process of parcelization giving rise to many holdings that prevailed in inland Flanders. Clearly, the breakup of plots would have been counterproductive in terms of economic efficiency, and could not have been seriously considered, given the competitive pressures. From the end of the Middle Ages, the size of holdings grew ever larger, averaging over 20 hectares at the end of the 16th century, and more than that in the 17th and 18th centuries. During much of the medieval period, the maritime southern Netherlands appear to have been devoted to large-scale cattle breeding, supported by investment in Farm Bill 321. Dings and equipment, as well as drainage works, dikes, and so on. It is not clear the degree to which this continued in the early modern period throughout coastal Flanders. But in the Zeeland archipelago at that stage there developed a notable commercial arable agriculture, directed especially toward the production of high-value bread grains, apparently supported by heavy capital investment. Overall, there was an evolution toward increasing labor productivity, made possible by growing scale, increasing investment, and the introduction of improvements, pretty much the same pattern that obtained in the better documented clay districts of maritime northern Netherlands, especially Friesland, where large capitalist tenant farms also prevailed, having emerged in a similar way. 4.4. The inland northern Netherlands. The inland northern Netherlands comprising the present-day Dutch provinces of Drenthe and Overijssel, the Veluwe and Achterhoek, and the province of North Brabant, as well as the northern part of the province of Limburg sharply differentiated themselves from the coastal areas, whether in the south or in the north. They were marked by a system of social property relations of a sort that had emerged barely, if at all, in the maritime northern Netherlands and had been long surpassed throughout the southern Netherlands, viz. Strong and persistent peasant possession, though also lordly surplus extraction by extra economic coercion. From the standpoint of this paper, what especially distinguished the inland northern Netherlands from the other districts of the region was the persistence into the early modern period of strong communal regulation of the open fields and ample wastes, which seems to have made a decisive contribution to the maintenance of peasant possession and peasant rules for reproduction. 4.4.1. The consolidation of a pre-capitalist social property system. The inland districts of the northern Netherlands shared the relatively poor, sandy soils that covered the long strip of land running northward from inland Flanders and Brabant. Throughout this region, as indeed throughout much of medieval Western Europe, settlement was centered on traditional nucleated villages, surrounded by open fields, which were divided among the villagers. Beyond the arable fields lay vast stretches of common wastes, which were distinctive of this region and which came to constitute a crucial element in the farming system. To exert communal control over the access to and use of these wastes, the farmers had early organized themselves in what were called markgenootschappen. The farmers used the wastes to support large herds, which were brought onto the open fields after the harvest to keep them in heart. They also dug up humus-rich soil from them, and placed it on the open fields to increase their fertility. By means of their access to plots in the open fields and the huge wastes, the farmers throughout much of the district appear to have enjoyed full possession of their means of subsistence. On the other hand, by the later medieval period, lords seem to have ceased to be very present in the area. Still, they did collect rents in kind, which could amount to 1/4 or 1/3 of peasant output. 4.4.2 The limited development of agriculture. Agriculture on the sandy soils of the diluvial northern Netherlands experienced neither the dynamic development marked by high levels of specialization, investment, and growth of labor productivity that took place in the maritime northern Netherlands, nor the extreme processes of intensification and commercialization marked by unending additions of labor and the introduction of labor-intensive crops, as well as the introduction of cottage industry that occurred in the inland southern Netherlands. In this region, throughout the period between 1500 and 1650, production on the open fields mainly of rye appears to have been primarily oriented to subsistence, and there was very little in the way of investment, technical progress, or even increase in market orientation, except in the Veluwe and Salland, where buckwheat spread as a new crop. Even by the 19th century, yields throughout the region were rarely much more than 60% or those of the maritime provinces, and labor productivity barely half. The limited development of agriculture in the open fields in the inland northern Netherlands has been attributed to a combination of the region's distance from markets and its poor sandy soils. But the question that immediately imposes itself is how these factors could have had such a deleterious effect on agricultural development in the inland northern Netherlands, in view of the fact that they weighed even more heavily in other regions where the significant development of agricultural production nonetheless took place in one form or another. As De Vries and van der Woud emphasize, although the decline of the IJssel towns of Gelderland and Overijssel must have dampened market incentives, and although certain parts of the region in the east and south were isolated from the main trade routes and had no effective access to cheap waterborne transportation, in general these disadvantages are striking only in comparison to the unique maritime provinces, certainly not in comparison to the norms prevailing generally in Western Europe. Indeed, the numerous provincial cities and the rapid growth of the nearby cities of Holland endowed the region with market possibilities that most European regions would have envied. As to the soil, poor as it surely was, it was probably better than that of the peatlands in the maritime northern Netherlands to the west, which was ultimately made to support some of the most dynamic dairy and cattle agricultures in Europe. It seems, moreover, to have been basically similar to, and perhaps not qualitatively worse than that in Brabant and inland Flanders to the south, which was made to support some of the highest yields registered anywhere in medieval and early modern Europe. What seems to have lain behind the stagnation of agriculture in the inland northern Netherlands during the early modern period is less the relative weakness of market opportunities or the relative poverty of the soil, than a population of peasants that was relieved from the necessity to improve yields or labor productivity by their possession of and continuing hold on the means of subsistence. Thus shielded from the need to go to market to survive and thus from subjection to competition, they found 323. Insufficient incentives to step up their arable production to take advantage of market opportunities, in view of the costs of doing so. In the peatlands of the maritime northern Netherlands, as has been emphasized, Dutch farmers faced, at the end of the Middle Ages, soils that had deteriorated to such an extent that they were insufficient any longer to provide them full subsistence. Obliged to turn to the market for the inputs that they needed to survive, they could do little better than scrape out a living. Nevertheless, over time, the compulsion to specialize and invest to survive brought those that survived the competition far higher labor productivity, and in turn living standards, than their counterparts in the inland northern Netherlands could secure from more promising soil during the same epoch. But it is understandable that the latter, in possession of their full means of subsistence, eschewed the market dependence and the forms of specialization that were forced upon the peasants of the peat lands. Their interest in economic security led them to production for subsistence, while their concern to secure the highest return for their labor inputs, in the face of their lack of investment funds, induced them to directly produce their own food grains. On the sandy soils of the inland southern Netherlands, of course, a peasantry that early won essentially full property in its holdings, with fixed rents and the right to inherit, found itself, as a consequence of the inexorable growth of population and concomitant subdivision of holdings, in possession of plots that were ever less able to provide them their full means of subsistence. Increasingly market-dependent but also increasingly short of capital or land, they had little choice but to increase agricultural labor inputs on their plots and industrial labor inputs in their households in order to survive. In so doing, they naturally sought to avail themselves of the nearby urban markets for the copyright output of especially labor-intensive crops, and ended up deriving from the soil far higher yields than did their counterparts in the inland northern Netherlands by means of the application of ever greater amounts of labor. But it is understandable again that the peasants of the inland northern Netherlands eschewed such a path, in part because of the risks entailed by market dependence, but also in part because the increased yields of inland Flanders and Brabant could be secured only through disproportionately increased labor inputs leading to disproportionately decreased productivity of labor. The farmers of the inland northern Netherlands seem never to have faced the necessity to sustain falling productivity of labor in order to achieve rising productivity of land, at least before the end of the 17th century, because they continued to hold arable plots that yielded full subsistence and had to face only very minimal pressure on the labor-land ratio from rising population. Between 1500 and 1650, in the Veluwe, Overijssel, and Drenthe population increased only from 105,000,110,000 to 130,000, while it was tripling in Holland and Friesland. The devastation of warfare, which struck the area particularly hard, was no doubt partly responsible for keeping population growth so low. But the retardation of demographic increase in the district appears to have been the result, as well, of the difficulties faced by new arrivals in gaining access to land there. In at least some parts of the region, then, collectivities of peasant possessors enjoyed powerful communal controls over the land, and they were able to use them to prevent the subdivision of holdings and the overstocking of the common fields that tended to take place in other 324 districts where peasant possession predominated. As a result, most children, unable as elsewhere to accede to subdivisions of the family holding, were obliged to leave the land, and apparently the district, to secure their livelihood. The build-up of the labor-to-land ratio was thus avoided, as was the resulting pressure on the peasantry to intensify agriculture through greater applications of labor. The point is, then, that, in possession of holdings that could continue to yield them full subsistence, the peasants of the inland northern Netherlands found safety first to be the best way to meet their needs. But this was not because they had an aversion to the market, it was rather because the trade-offs required to secure the gains from arable specialization and labor intensification were too great. But where the gains from trade were available to them on favorable terms, i.e. without requiring them either to relinquish economic security by entering into dependence upon the market or intensify labor unduly to secure these gains, the peasants of the inland northern Netherlands did not fail to pursue them. On the unusually large common pastures at their disposal, we find them moving to enhance their income by raising huge herds of horses and cattle for the market. Since production for subsistence/safety first and farming for the market were thus perfectly complementary in the inland northern Netherlands, it can hardly be surprising that its peasantry systematically pursued both simultaneously. Conclusion: agrarian social property relations and urban industrial development in the Low Countries from the medieval through the early modern epoch. By the 17th century, the southern and northern Netherlands represented the most highly urbanized, most highly industrialized regions in Europe. But, From the latter part of this century until points in the 19th century, both these economies experienced stagnation or outright decline. The medieval and early modern processes of dynamic industrial development exhausted themselves, and the modern processes of industrial development that succeeded them got underway only after significant intervals, and on new foundations. Why did these economies cease to progress, and fail to sustain an ongoing dynamic toward full industrialization, entailing the movement of an ever greater proportion of the labor force out of agriculture into industry? What, if anything, did this have to do with their agrarian social property relations and their paths of agricultural evolution? Although these economies differed sharply from one another in their agrarian social property relations and paths of agrarian economic evolution, the answer, in the first instance and speaking schematically, was similar in both places. Each had found the indispensable driving force for its development in the growth of exports. But from the later 17th century neither could find the means to continue to expand along export-based lines. Their leading industries found themselves blocked, in the first instance by intensified competition. But the ultimate source of the intensified competition was 325. The saturation of a trans-European, mainly luxury market that could expand only within definite limits as a consequence of the restrictions on the growth of production and population inherent in a European agriculture that was still mainly structured by pre-capitalist social property relations of peasant possession and lordly surplus extraction by extra-economic compulsion. Put another way, the industrial export economies of the Netherlands, and of Europe more generally, reached their outer limit with the onset of the general crisis of the 17th century, just as they had done with the onset of the general crisis of the 14th century. The reason why the constraint on the growth of the external market loomed so very large in both places was that neither economy could succeed in reorienting sufficiently to the domestic market. Barriers to the expansion of the domestic market, though barriers of very different sorts, thus constituted the ultimate obstacle to ongoing industrial expansion in both the southern and northern Netherlands. v.1. The urban industrial development in the southern Netherlands. As is well understood, the industries of medieval Flanders achieved spectacular industrial growth by virtue of their ability to capture hugely disproportionate shares of the trans-European market in luxury goods, especially luxury textiles. Their competitive dominance was no doubt initially conditioned by their highly favorable geographic commercial position, at the intersection of multiple trade routes and with access to ample industrial raw materials. It was realized through the unsurpassed skill of their guild-organized artisans on the one hand, and, on the other, the highly evolved divisions of labor organized by their entrepreneurs, especially in the production of relatively standardized textile exports, which brought major external economies. Production for export could grow impetuously into the early 14th century because the trans-European market for luxury goods continued to expand significantly up to this point. Lords across the continent thus enjoyed, in aggregate, secularly rising incomes due to the multiplication of peasant rent payers that resulted from the long-term growth of population, and, in some places, as a consequence of their ability to take a growing share of peasants' agricultural output. Nevertheless, at various points in the 14th century, Flemish exports began to come up against a sharp intensification of international competition. But since the same problem of intensifying competition was felt by export industries universally throughout Europe at this juncture, it is evident that the underlying difficulty was with the market. Between the late 13th and late 14th century, population throughout Europe stagnated, declined, and ultimately collapsed, bringing a corresponding decline in agricultural output. Meanwhile, widespread peasant revolts partially limited lordly claims. The unavoidable result was a crisis of seigneurial revenues, and, in turn, a contraction of trans-European demand for luxury goods. Simply put, the general crisis of the 14th century, which was itself ultimately rooted in the inability of the agrarian economy to sustain ongoing increases in the productivity of labor, could not but precipitate a profound crisis of the aggregate trans-European demand for urban, luxury exports. With its onset, one sees in operation the fundamental constraint upon the classical forms of urban industrial development that prevailed in medieval and early modern Europe, its ultimate dependence upon an agriculture structured by pre-capitalist social property relations. This is not to say that there was not, for individual local industries, any way to adjust. It is simply to state that even the most successful adjustment, such as was indeed ultimately achieved by the textile industries of the southern Netherlands, could take place only within certain definite limits. Beyond a certain point, moreover, the gains for one local industry had to come at the expense of other local industries in a zero-sum game that could not be transcended. The difficulties facing the urban industries of the southern Netherlands in the late 14th and 15th century were of two sorts, not only the system-wide problem of the fall in the European luxury market, but also the local problem of high labor costs, which was the natural outcome of a long period of industrial success, combined with determined artisan resistance to reductions in their living standards. To the first problem, there was a partial, and temporary, solution, which was actually built into the nature of the late medieval crisis itself. Just as the combination of the collapse of population and peasant resistance had made for the decline of lordly rents, it simultaneously made for the reduction of the price of food and the rise of the price of labor for the urban lower middle class, thereby for a rise in discretionary spending and the expansion of the domestic market for goods for the urban lower middle class. Urban industry in the southern Netherlands could thus partly compensate for the crisis in its markets for luxuries for the lordly and merchant elites by reorienting to the demand from artisan producers, shopkeepers, and members of service occupations in the towns. Still, this path of adjustment obviously had its own limits. The growth of the population of artisan producers, shopkeepers, and members of the service occupations, and the growth of the market for industrial goods more generally, was itself ultimately dependent upon the growth of lordly purchasing power, which remained in the end limited by restrictions on the growth of agricultural productivity. Population and food prices were bound, moreover, to rise again when the economy entered into a new long phase of expansion, cutting once again into the discretionary incomes of the urban middle class. The core textile industries of the Flemish towns attempted to counter the second problem, of relatively high wages, by attempting a series of adjustments aimed at mitigating their impact, adjustments that were also to be undertaken in the next epoch of general crisis during the 17th century. On the one hand, they sought to compensate for high wages by exploiting their comparative advantage in skills, through turning to products requiring the very greatest craft competence. In parallel manner, they incorporated higher quality raw materials, in order to reduce the proportion of total costs represented by labor costs. On the other hand, they sought to directly reduce labor, as well as raw material, costs by moving production to smaller, cheaper centers of production in order to produce lower quality products more competitively, particularly the new draperies. As it turned out, neither of these approaches was all that effective either in preventing the decline of the traditional cloth industry or in securing the take-off of newer lines, due to the overwhelming competition of English producers, who had superior access to the best wool and who could rely on cheaper, though relatively skilled, labor in the countryside. In the century after 1450, English old drapery exports, which were finished in Antwerp for re. 327. Export throughout the continent, came overwhelmingly to dominate the European market. After a fairly extended period of attempted adaptation, the traditional Flemish cloth industry for export entered into terminal crisis at the end of the 15th century. It remains the case that, overall, urban industry in the southern Netherlands proved remarkably resilient over an extended period despite its high wages. From the end of the 15th century until late in the 17th century, it succeeded in maintaining itself, and flourishing, by moving up the product cycle into the production of an extremely wide range of high-quality products that relied upon the application of the elevated levels of craft skill possessed by much of the labor force, and indeed its refinement. From various points in the 15th century, urban producers in the southern Netherlands, increasingly based in the Brabantine towns, above all Antwerp, were thus able to prosper by entering into the arts and crafts sectors of the textile industry, including embroidery and carpet weaving, as well as curtains and bedspreads, by building up the clothing fashion industry, comprising hat making, hosiery, shoemaking, and glove making, as well as silk, lace, and ribbons, and by developing such finishing industries as cloth dyeing, cloth shearing, and cloth dressing. These industries were able to find a competitive advantage, because of the historically evolved competence and creativity of the region's craftspeople. They were able to expand and prosper, mainly because, with the new turn of the conjuncture of the late 15th century, they could exploit a new, long phase of growing markets in luxury goods. The European economy thus entered into another long period of demographically driven expansion, which brought rising elite income not only as a consequence of rising population and agrarian output, but also elites' increased capacity to redistribute income from the direct producers, especially through increasingly powerful tax/office states, not least the Burgundian Habsburg state itself. The producers of the southern Netherlands were, moreover, able to secure unexpectedly enhanced market opportunities, as a consequence of the success of Spain and Portugal in expanding into the New World. These nations suddenly had massively increased wealth and thus purchasing power, but they lacked the industrial capacity to meet it, and the industrialists of the southern Netherlands moved in to fill the gap. In the end, however, the urban industries of the southern Netherlands were unable to transcend the limitations inherent in their dependence upon a trans-European market that was itself reliant upon a trans-European agriculture that could, for the most part, expand only by adding land or labor, and was incapable of very much increasing output per person. During the second half of the 17th century, southern Netherlands manufacturers once again ran up against intensified international competition. But for still another time, the structural, or systemic character of the problem could hardly have been more evident, since no major export industry of any nation was able to maintain its dynamism during this period. The long dominant English old drapery industry had entered into deep crisis as early as 1618 to 1621, and experienced a decline in exports of more than 50% between 1614 and 1640. Crisis for the Dutch new drapery cloth producers of Leiden came later, but was equally profound. The English and the Dutch cloth industries made partial adjustments by moving into lines that the other had hitherto dominated, the Dutch turning to the old draperies and the English to the new. But neither 328 was able to avoid significant decline. Meanwhile, the Italian industry, which had enjoyed something of a revival in the second half of the 16th century, entered into collapse. All of these export industries, as well as many others throughout Europe that oriented to the domestic market, thus became victims of the general crisis of the 17th century. Population growth came to an end, agricultural output reached a ceiling on a trans-European scale, and ruling elites found it ever harder to increase the redistribution income from direct producers to themselves. Like those of the rest of Europe, the export industries of the southern Netherlands could not but be badly damaged by the resulting stagnation and decline of trans-European aggregate demand. The urban manufactures of the southern Netherlands did experience a notable comeback during the first half of the 17th century, following the disruptions induced by war and politics during the later 16th century. But after mid-century they entered into secular decline. As had the general crisis of the 14th century, the general crisis of the 17th century was able itself to provide some compensation, in that the reduced prices of agricultural commodities made for higher discretionary spending on the part of the lower middle classes. But in the southern Netherlands, as throughout much of Europe, the positive impact of this trend on urban industry was counteracted by the growing competition of industry based in the countryside, producing the same sorts of less refined goods, but at low cost. To make matters worse, Flemish and Brabantine, as well as Dutch, manufacturers now found it more difficult to gain access to their traditional markets, due to the emergence of local industries based in the countryside, as well as the spread of protectionism in an age of rising mercantilism. The long-term industrial decline manifested itself in a decline in the proportion of the urban population in the total, from 32% in 1570 to 25% in 1806. Faced with declining international markets, the urban producers of the southern Low Countries could, in principle, have sustained their growth had they been able to recur to an expanding home market. Rising labor productivity in agriculture could, in theory, have made that possible either by directly raising rural incomes and or reducing food grain and other prices so as to increase discretionary expenditures by the non-agricultural population. But any long-term rise in labor productivity was ruled out, as has been argued, by the character of the region's agrarian social property relations. Unable to raise labor productivity through increasing investment, Flemish and Brabantine peasants who possessed their own property were, on the whole and in the longer run, obliged to increasingly intensify their labor in order to secure their subsistence, thereby compensating for the ever smaller holdings that resulted from population increase and subdivision on inheritance. Declining returns to labor and stagnating or declining income, leading to strict limitations on market purchases, was the unavoidable result. Simply put, the peasants of the southern Netherlands were incapable either directly, or indirectly, of supporting an expanding domestic market for industry, and there was really no other possible source for such a market. 329. v.2. Urban industrial development in the northern Netherlands. The path of urban industry in the northern Netherlands, like that of agriculture, diverged sharply from that of the southern Netherlands. During most of the medieval period, urban industry was prevented from arising by the weakness and small size of the lordly class and its consequently restricted demand for luxury products. The possessing peasants who occupied most of the land of the region produced mainly for subsistence and could hardly compensate. When production for the market finally did begin to emerge in a major way, in the 14th and 15th centuries, it was from the start oriented to exports to an astonishing degree. Over the subsequent 2 centuries, during the whole course of its long and extraordinary expansion, it remained ever more profoundly dependent upon international commerce, and this, in the long run, proved its Achilles heel. The catalyst for the rise of Dutch industry, as well as Dutch commercial agriculture, was the ecological crisis of the later Middle Ages. Dutch peasants were pushed out of arable production for subsistence and into dependence on the market. Because such an unusually large part of the population was thereby impelled to purchase its means of production and means of subsistence, the size of the domestic market was, in potential, enormous. Nevertheless, in view of the very low standards of living that must, at the start, have prevailed, the actually existing domestic market was necessarily restricted, all the more so since domestic agriculture was decreasingly able to supply bread grains, in the wake of the widespread decline of arable production with the subsidence of the peat. Dutch producers could not therefore avoid, from the first, an unusually high level of dependence upon international markets, both to dispose of their output and secure necessary inputs. They were therefore fortunate in that they found, readily available, both ample sources of demand and supply that they could access. The Dutch economy derived its dynamism, in the first instance, from the new expansion of the urban industrial economy of the southern Netherlands from the end of the Middle Ages. It was very much amplified by the rise of the Antwerp entrepot, and, more generally, the European-wide demographically driven phase a secular upturn. As de Vries and van der Woud write, the emergence of Antwerp as a center of northern trade, as well as the demographic revival of Europe transmitted price and market signals that called for a response. Still, given the region's late start, its manufacturers faced severe problems establishing and maintaining international competitiveness. As we know, such major industries as textiles and brewing simply could not muster the requisite combination of skill and wages, and experienced serious decline during the first quarter of the 16th century, especially under the impact of competition from the southern Netherlands. On the other hand, those industries that had managed to experience a relatively long period of incubation on the domestic front and whose international activities grew directly out of successful local ones tended to prosper. These included shipping, fishing, and shipbuilding, as well as peat digging, all of which evinced remarkable technological dynamism. Perhaps most important of all, butter and cheese producers, forced into existence in the later medieval period on the ruins of arable farming, went from strength to strength, making use of high levels of investment and productivity growth to successfully invade their principal markets were outside the region, notably in Antwerp. 330. The ability to successfully complete the cataclysmic transition from arable subsistence economy to market-dependent, export-oriented economy was very much facilitated by the spectacular growth of grain imports from the Baltic. From the end of the 15th century, prices for grain in the northern Netherlands went from being the highest to being the lowest in Europe, as Amsterdam emerged as the central grain market in Europe. This made for a tremendous subsidy to living standards, facilitating the growth of discretionary spending and specialization. Cheap grain played an especially important role in enabling Dutch agriculture to successfully pursue its specialization for the world market in dairy production and cattle raising. Indeed, by the 17th century, in an economy in which perhaps half the population was out of agriculture, Dutch non-grain agricultural exports were almost covering the full cost of grain imports. With the Dutch Revolt and the consolidation of the Dutch Republic in the 1580s, the northern Netherlands took a great leap forward, entering its golden age. This, too, was based on the fruitful interaction of domestic supply with international demand, although it is undeniable that the ability of the northern Netherlands economy to mount an effective supply response at this juncture was developed very much at the expense of the capacity of the southern Netherlands economy to do so. With the large-scale immigration of skilled artisans from the southern Netherlands, Dutch textile producers were finally able to secure a level of international competitiveness sufficient to conquer European markets, especially for new draperies, which were produced largely in Leiden. Meanwhile, with the collapse of Antwerp, Amsterdam was able to consolidate its position as the primary European entrepot. Aided to no small degree by Antwerp financiers and merchants, Amsterdam emerged as the financial capital of Europe. On the basis of the mercantile capital that was now accumulating at an unheard of pace, Dutch traders were prepared, finally, to launch the rich, new long-distance trades to the eastern Mediterranean and the Far East, to Africa and the New World. The fact remains that even as the Dutch urban economy was reaching its height, its underlying foundations began to crumble. Following the continent-wide commercial crisis of 1618 to 1621, markets across Europe grew more slowly or declined, precipitating, as already noted, insoluble problems for even some of the most powerful industrial exporters, notably the English traders of traditional broadcloths. With the turning of the trend, and the onset of an epoch of reduced prices, in the early 1660s, the Dutch economy entered into crisis and, soon, secular decline. It is standard to see Dutch decline in terms of declining competitiveness, resulting from high taxes and the highest nominal wages in Europe, and this view clearly has much to recommend it, so far as it goes. Once again, however, the competitiveness problem of Dutch industry, agriculture, and commerce manifested a more fundamental difficulty, that of the stagnant and shrinking European-wide markets that came with the general crisis of the 17th century. Not only did Dutch exports encounter an impassable barrier, but, as has been seen, so also did those of its most formidable competitors, including those of the southern Netherlands. Even English manufacturing exports to Europe could not move forward, and essentially stagnated for a century and a half, from 1600 right through 1750. E.O. De Vries and van der Woud are, I think, quite right to insist on the essentially modern character of the Dutch economy. In terms of the conceptual framework of this essay, the Dutch economy as it emerged in the early modern period thus appears to have been quite fully capitalist. It was unburdened by systems of ruling class surplus extraction by extra economic compulsion. Moreover, its producers, notably its agricultural producers, were entirely dependent on the market and subject to competition in production to survive, so had no choice but to maximize their price-cost ratio by specializing, moving from line to line in response to market signals, accumulating their capital, and seeking to bring in the latest technique. High levels of investment obtained, which issued in rising capital/labor ratios, rapid productivity growth, and, ultimately, high wages and income per person more generally. Nevertheless, the underlying weakness was not hard to discern. From the end of the Middle Ages, Dutch producers had, on the basis of their modern, capitalist social property relations and institutions, responded exceedingly well to the steadily growing opportunities that were presented to them. But these opportunities emanated, in the first instance, and during the entire course of Dutch economic expansion, fundamentally from beyond the northern Netherlands itself, from the surrounding economy of Europe. They were therefore, for the reasons rehearsed already, bound in time to exhaust themselves as phase A gave way inexorably to phase B. This could not have been more true of shipping, rooted in the mother trade in grain, and fishing, which together launched the Dutch economic expansion, but which could not sustain their dynamism in the face of the major fall in trans-European food prices of the second half of the 17th century, or of dairy production, which depended on the maintenance of middle-class incomes across Europe, but which was obliged to confront a long epoch of transcontinental urban stagnation, or, of the new draperies, which represented the continuation, in a new setting, of the classic export trade of the southern Netherlands, and shared its ultimate limitations, or, finally, the great Amsterdam entrept, the economic health of which was directly dependent upon the prosperity of the European economy as a whole. The Dutch economy thus differentiated itself from the leading economies that preceded it in its capitalist modernity, manifested most tellingly in its advanced, capital-intensive agricultural sector. But it shared those economies' imbrication in, and dependence upon, the pre-capitalist economy of Europe as a whole. The Dutch economy did itself decisively transcend the Malthusian dynamic of overpopulation rooted in declining agricultural productivity. Nevertheless, it was fatally bound up with the surrounding European economy that itself remained unshakably Malthusian and could not but stagnate profoundly when the growth of population outran resources and ultimately fell back, so that phase B succeeded phase A. The Dutch economy was not simply a feudal business economy, but it could not achieve self-sustaining growth because its fate was inextricably bound up with a European economy and especially a European agriculture that was almost entirely pre-capitalist. In the foregoing context, it is fairly evident why the Dutch economy could not retain its dynamism by reorienting itself to its extremely large domestic market. Rising levels of investment leading to rising levels of productivity throughout the producing population. 302. As well as profits from monopoly merchant and financial activity, had brought rates of growth and levels of income for workers and employers in industry and services, for owner-operator commercial farmers, and for traders and financiers that were unmatched anywhere else in Europe. It was, of course, this income that was responsible for the maritime northern Netherlands' huge home market. But because the levels of investment and productivity that underpinned the home market were ultimately dependent upon European demand for Dutch goods and services, the home market was to a very large extent dependent on the foreign market. With the onset of trans-European stagnation and the associated decay and decline of international demand, it was simply no longer possible for the Dutch economy to maintain the extraordinarily high levels of specialization that were possible only through exploiting a world market. Because it was therefore no longer possible to maintain former levels of investment and productivity, the domestic market stagnated, as declining demand abroad was inexorably transmitted homeward. A very brief and schematic comparison with the English economic trajectory over the same period can clarify the point. From the later Middle Ages, the transformation of agrarian social property relations had made for the long-term agricultural transformation and the growth of agricultural productivity in England just as it had in the maritime northern Netherlands. However, because it was far less able to orient itself to the European economy than was the Dutch, and was therefore obliged to depend upon the home market, the English economy could not grow as remotely as rapidly as the Dutch. On the other hand, precisely because it did base its long-term development fundamentally on the home market, the slow but steady growth of agricultural productivity could provide the basis for the growth of discretionary expenditure and thus the long-term growth of demand for manufactures and services. It could do so, moreover, right through the trans-European general crisis of the 17th century or Phase B. During the 16th century, English real wages suffered far more than did the Dutch, in the face of rising population, in large part because the English economy was able to turn to specialization for export and thereby to support rising productivity and employment far less effectively than was the Dutch. During the first half of the 17th century, moreover, the English economy could obviously achieve nothing remotely like the astounding expansion achieved by Dutch industry and commerce, as well as agriculture, on the basis of its domination of international markets. It is nevertheless striking, and symptomatic of the distinctive English economic dynamic, that even as the huge, traditional English broadcloth export trade entered into profound crisis during the second quarter of the 17th century, bringing unemployment and dislocation to the clothing counties of East Anglia and the West Country, English real wages continued to grow, and the English home market continued to expand impressively. Over the century after 1650, as the Dutch economy, along with that of most of the rest of Europe, entered into crisis, and as its own trade in manufactures for the most part stagnated, the English economy, especially its urban industrial sector, continued to expand. It could do so because it could base itself on a home market that the continued growth of agricultural investment and agricultural productivity continued to subsidize. Even during the first half of the 18th century, the English economy still lagged behind the Dutch, in terms of either overall productiveness or real wages. Nonetheless, it was not only catching up, more to the point, it retained the capacity for overtaking it, on the basis of self-sustaining development rooted in the growth of domestic demand for industrial goods, leading to ever-increasing industrialization marked by the movement of an ever-increasing proportion of its labor force out of agriculture. The Dutch economy had grown much faster than the English, but, articulated as it was with an untransformed trans-European economy that could not sustain the growth of its markets, it found itself stymied. It had, in a real sense, become overdeveloped, in that the profound deepening of commercial, industrial, and agricultural specialization which was at the root of the productivity growth that was in the end responsible for the spectacular rise of its domestic market found its ultimate basis in the unsustainable growth of aggregate demand of the whole European economy. The Dutch economy had reached great heights by taking a disproportionate share of the European market as that market grew throughout Phase A. But it could not continue to expand as it had, because it lacked the capacity to transform its own ultimate foundations in Europe's pre-capitalist economy. The fact remains that the 17th century crisis was, for the Dutch economy, nothing like the cataclysm that it was for many of its neighbors across Europe. By virtue of its capitalist dynamic, the Dutch economy was able to stagnate at a high level for an extended period, and ultimately to find a way to regenerate itself on a new basis.